76 players.
Okay.
I don't have the last numbers, but doing some math is more or less that.
Alright, we're starting at 13 minutes.
Sorry?
I said we're starting 13.
Yes.
14.
Last, yes. Thing we are doing today. We are doing a free roll as well for the people to play during the stream. Let me check. It's a $500 free roll, and the password is Party Apes. It will appear there in the.
Nico, you need me to send it to live.
Sorry. Yes,
We are
please.
live now,
Yes.
so if...
Yes,
okay.
you can send it now. Free-roll starts like in 1 hour and 10 minutes, so we can talk about that during the first hour. And I don't know.
After the
I think
first break,
that's
essentially.
yes, after the first break.
$500 free roll, Party Apes.
Yes.
We're doing the Party Ape giveaway on first break. The game there. Then we also want to do channel points giveaway, as they're now worth more for this one as we enter into mini main. And then make sure I read off the final 4 Party Ape winners from today's stream at the end for the voting.
Yes. The channel points is not a giveaway. Okay. It's just you can change
Right, right.
points by.
EST.
Yes, champion BST.
BST. Okay.
Yes. No, we will not show the chip count because it's different from
Okay,
the beginning.
don't worry.
Okay.
Awesome.
So we will go to tournament info, then payouts, and then to the table.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Also, Nathan, for the first break, we're going to say goodbye to Shaq. There we see the teaser, so we can explain all the stuff.
welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Party Poker online event number 8. It's a 7-max PKO championship, $1,050 buy-in. My name is Nathan Gamble, joined by Jack Sinclair. How are you doing today, Jack?
Howdy. Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Doing great. Looking forward to watching this one play out. I've had the opportunity to watch quite a few PKOs versus those plain Jane vanilla no limit tournaments, and I always know we're in for some aggression, we're in for some bloodshed today. I love to watch just this unique format play out as we go down to a winner today. We're going to pull up that info for y'all right now. I said this is event number 8. It's a $1,050 tournament. The blinds are going up every 18 minutes, and we're joining them with 65 players left. First place is worth a cool $35,498 alongside the bounties that they accumulate. So first place is really going to be more along the lines of about $70,000 to $80,000, depending on how aggressive those final few players get. Next play out, it's a little bit out of date as we have 65 players left, but they're all in contention for the money right now as we start with over 470 players in this event overall. Was a $500,000 guarantee, and you'll be seeing shortly just how much all these players are playing for. But for those of you joining us today, let me just say it's a very special day, Jack, as we're doing a lot of giveaways. We're doing some free rolls, we're doing some NFTs, and for those of you at home, that's what you're playing for. But this is what the gentlemen and ladies are playing for on the felt today. $35,498 plus bounties for first. Same for second there. Third place, $24,171. Fourth, $16,000. If you're to make that final table, again, this is a 7-handed affair, you're taking home $6,132 plus whatever bounties you accumulate.
It's about enough to buy an ape.
Yeah, those apes are we've given away, let me see how many we've given away so far. I believe it's 9 given away right now. We have 9 of them so far. 40 in total are being given out before the free roll. And that free roll will earn all those players that earn them a opportunity for a 5K package into the UK Millions November, December timeframe. Well, right off the bat, Jack, a couple names are recognizable right here. Sammy Laboro.
I think I recognize all of them. It's nothing but regs here. I'm not 100% on Adri D, and Sammy Kellepura looks familiar, and I'm guessing that's Steven Van Zandelhoff because I know he comes up as Stephen V on Party. But yeah, if that's so, it should be a pretty exciting table, this one.
Absolutely. I mean, the big name, the one that sticks out, is clearly Patrick Leonard there on the bottom left of y'all's screen. He's making quite a few deep runs. So starting off the action here, and Pads is sitting on over 100 big blinds, chip leader at the table, but Boris Angelov on the bottom, sitting on over 100 big blinds as well. So not, going to just let this go easy.
Yeah, once again, not many short stacks. The testament to the deep structures in these events.
Right, short stack at the table is Stephen V. I'll let you try to pronounce that last name once again on who you believe it is. But for now, Marcus Prinz is calling on the flop, hitting trips on the turn. Only one outer will allow Boris to win this stage of the game. Ace of Spades rolling off on the river, and Marcus Prinz going for some not thin value, but small value here.
Yeah, I guess Marcus is trying to potentially get a callback queen and not scare off an ace. If Boris has a king, then they chop, so he needs to bet small to try and get value from something else.
Absolutely. And let's talk about value, Jack. I mean, today there's a lot of value in being here as a member of the Twitch community. We have a free roll coming up for y'all at 10 o'clock BST time. So right after the first break, and you see the password in the top of your screen, PartyApe, capital P, capital A, one word. So it's a $500 free roll. Make sure you check that out. Watch us, play alongside us. Go ahead and get some free money for just tuning in today.
Gotta love free money.
Absolutely. And I mean, we habitually have free money as well with the Twitch points. You can redeem your channel points. Typically, it's in the range of 2,000 points, gets you a $2.20 ticket. 5,000 channel points is a $5.50 ticket. Today, we have something a little bit special. 500 points will get you a $1.10 Millions Online mini feeder seat. And 3,500 points will get you a $7.50 Millions Online mini feeder seat. So you can only redeem one a day, and this is a little bit special. Your points are worth more than typical and gives you a chance to get into that mini tournament. So make sure you choose carefully on which one you go after.
Could be a nice little spin, that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, blind versus blind confrontation here. Both players with a flush draw. Marcus currently got the best hand, queen high. I believe there was a bet on the flop and a call, or was it check check?
It looked like a bet
check
on
check makes
flop
more
and
sense.
call. Let's see.
Yeah, I
See
guess
your
it seems like a
pre-flop.
Okay. I don't like this fold from Marcus. I think with queen high and a flush draw, it's too good. Patrice, I like the float with the jack nine on the flop. Like, I'm not sure if it's mandatory. I mean, that is assuming that Marcus bet the flop, which I think he did.
Right.
But yeah, it's just a really good spot. People tend to like just flick a one big blind bet at just about any board, you know, with any hand. I mean, queen 10 doesn't make a whole lot of sense to see bet. Like, it seems okay, but you know, it seems fine to just check call this hand. And then if he's going to check fold on the turn, then floating just becomes a really strong play.
Yeah, he actually would have been in a world of hurt if the spade had rolled off, as it would have been the 9 high flush for Patrice versus 10 high flush for Marcus. Definitely would have lost a little bit extra on the river there. But instead found a way to take it down. I see all of y'all out there in chat land giving us a listen, actually following through on what we're saying. A lot of those tickets are being redeemed right now. Get into the online mini feeder event. So everyone, make sure you redeem those channel points. Get a chance at winning some free money, getting into that mini May event, and getting a very, very healthy paycheck at the end of the day.
Absolutely, going to win a Millions event for $1 or whatever, or nothing even. 500 channel points. It's not even
right.
It's not even money, and we're here to entertain
Sitting
you
here and listening to us
alongside it. I mean, what a deal.
So that password for the free roll as well is right at the top of your screen, PartyApe. And speaking of PartyApes, Jack, we're going to be giving away another NFT today during the first break. It's a PartyApe. We've talked about them before. For those of you new in chat, what we're doing is 48 different NFTs are going to be given away throughout the course of these PartyPoker Millions online. It's going to earn those 48 players a beautiful NFT, PartyApe. You'll see them come up later, and that's going to get you a seat into a free roll. The final 4, the winners of that free roll, are going to earn the last 4 PartyApes. as obviously 52 apes, 52 cards. And those 4 players not only get 2 apes, but they're also going to earn a 5K package into the Millions UK event November, December timeframe. So we're just giving everything away, Jack. It's everything but the kitchen sink.
Everything and the kitchen sink, I think, is in this scenario. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I'm going to be taking part in this giveaway, so I don't want to hear any complaints when I ship it.
You want the kitchen sink, or you want the party ape?
I want it all, baby. I want that Millions ticket. What a Cinderella story! Guy comes out, wins the whole thing from a free roll. It would be great for poker, wouldn't it?
Are you far enough removed from winning the World Series of Poker main event Europe that you can start complaining about running bad again, or never again in your lifetime?
It was getting close, but then I had a big score recently, so I can't complain again for another couple of years. But yeah, I mean, it's you can have bad years, like, who knows? Maybe I was stuck loads before WSOP Europe and sold tons, and then won it for to get even, and then went back on the downswing. I mean, you never know.
I mean, obviously, the one person that does know is sitting here in the room. I mean, we could just find out. We could just question you on it, right?
Yeah, but you can never tell if I have a good poker face. That's how I was able to win it.
Of course.
But anyway, I don't like to talk about it's ancient history now. Just kidding. I love it. Ask me more questions. No,
keep
anyway,
keep it stopped, but no, really.
So this is another blind versus blind. Looks like it was checked down. Steven just not firing at all with 10 high. I'm kind of into it. Like, you will just get shown. They will just let you show down sometimes there. It's kind of along the side the same. It's along the same lines as that other hand with Marcus, where you don't need to bet even quite weak hands blind versus blind because the ranges are so wide. Even 10 high has showdown value.
Right, and there's been some
I think that's still
floating around from high roller events where 10 high has been making calls on the river and been good. So hero calls are available with those 10 high type of hands.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Everyone's been watching the Triton and they're getting inspired. They're going to call more often with 10 high. But honestly, it's it makes sense. And that hand was not as crazy as it looked. If you just saw the river, you just see, oh, you call with 10 high, that's crazy. But the hand, the way it was, 10 high just seemed pretty, it wasn't you're not expecting to win super often, but what I'm trying to say is that I would have called there. Probably, maybe.
Of course.
Seeing the cards, I definitely would have called.
So we have a 3-bet here from Andrei in the small blind with the perennial favorite Ace-5, and Steven shoving from the button. Check that. And getting it through. Need some much needed chips to go up to 4.7 million in chips. So for those of you just joining me, my name is Nathan Gamble, joined by Jack Sinclair here for Party Poker at Millions, event number 8, 7 max PKO. Appreciate all of y'all being out there. See some familiar faces in chat, such as Cookies S Craft, Mike Slayer. Let's see who else we got out there. Radadol 34. Appreciate all of you joining in today with us. Looks like a little bloodshed on the horizon here, Jack, with pocket queens and then the ace queen offsuit on the button.
Yeah, slightly larger than normal sizing here. Does have the tendency to make people 3-bet slightly less when you go 2.5x. Not entirely sure why, but or at least I mean, I know why, because you're repping a stronger range, but it seems to have an outsized effect. As you see, Adri does flat, but a totally reasonable flat with ace queen there. It would be pretty upsetting to get 4-bet, have to fold ace queen, or have to shove ace queen. Both options seem pretty ugly. That being said, I think I would lean towards 3-betting it anyway, just because Patrick's in the big blind, going to defend extremely wide, squeeze a lot, and just basically be annoying. If Patrick was short, or someone who wasn't as good, then flatting becomes more attractive. But maybe he just thinks the 2.5x is very value heavy or very strong opening range.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how poker has progressed throughout the years. If you go all the way back into that 70s and 90s realm of the world, beautiful jack of spades for Andre here, completing Broadway. Then pocket queens and ace queen were just absolute trouble hands. Knowing, if you got the money in, then you were drawing dead essentially. And now you worked your way into the 90s, where they were absolutely nutted hands. People couldn't wait to get their money in with ace queen, pocket queens as the best of the best of the best. And in today's world, it definitely leans far more towards a 3-bet candidate sometimes, but if you get 4-bet, it's really not a hand that can continue too often. So it's interesting to see the progression throughout time of how hand classes kind of evolve.
Yeah, for sure. And it can also depend a lot how people, it depends entirely how people are responding to it. But yeah, nowadays we like to think that we have it all figured out, It's more nuanced, shall we say, more finesse strategies.
Really hope to still be a part of poker in the next 10 to 20 years, where everyone in that era is just looking back and laughing at how comically bad we were at this stage of the game.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think people will look back on... I don't think anyone's going to look back on my commentary, but if they do, I hope that when I want to be embarrassed in 6 months by how I'm talking about poker now, which is a good marker for you're improving at a good rate. Like, you should really not be embarrassed for people to see how you were playing a year ago.
If it helps you feel better about that, I'm embarrassed by your commentary now, so you don't have to wait 6 months, Jack.
that is cold. Well, hopefully I can get to your level one day. Don't be like Henry, man. Don't fall into that trap. It's too easy. That's the easy way out.
Well, Steven is taking the hard way on this lineup with the 10-8 of hearts, getting after it against Marcus's queen high flush draw, check raise on the flop, and that does look like he'll end this matter. Yeah, I think the first time I ever did commentary with Henry, I don't even remember what was said, but within the first 10 minutes, we started just going at each other back and forth. And he, after the call in, he's like, I knew this was going to be a good one from that moment on. You need that banter. Yeah, HW Poker asking, how long do redeem tickets take to get into the account? Up to 72 hours. So for those of you that weren't here earlier, we are running a special today. 500 channel points are redeemable for $1.10 Millions online mini feeder tournament. And 3,500 channel points will get you a $7.50 Millions online mini feeder ticket. So make sure to check that out. You can literally win your way into Millions online events for sitting here and watching us talk about poker, turn channel points into hundreds, thousands of dollars.
Harvard Law will teach classes about your amazing commentary, Jack. Thank you, Book the Win. It's good to have people on my side. I assume there's absolutely no hint of sarcasm in that comment.
And never.
I choose to take it at face
value.
value.
We are playing a 7-handed affair here, and it looks like we dropped one table as we're down to 58 players. So while this particular table is kind of deep stacked, Jack, I imagine there are some shorter stacks out there. They're more than willing to get the money in right now.
I mean, you'd hope there's some short stacks somewhere. Otherwise, this tournament could take quite a while. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of these guys could be willing to get the money in, you know, even without the disadvantage of being extremely deep stacked. We might get some action.
Yeah, with a lineup like this, you expect more action, more bloodshed, just more willingness to get in there and mix it up than sit back and let the cards come to them. Looks like we'll have a call here from Sammy out of the big blind with the Queen 9 offsuit. It's a King 6 suited of pads. Another innocuous ace high flop, lean towards favoring pads overall range. So for those of y'all just joining in, my name's Nathan Gamble, joined by Jack Sinclair here for Party Poker. So we're bringing you event number 8 of the Party Poker Millions Online. It's a 7 max PKO. Now we're going to be giving away a Party Ape on the first break today. One of those beautiful NFTs that can also earn you a seat into a free roll. 48-person free roll, 4 winners, 5K packages up top for the UK Millions coming up in November, December timeframe. Jack's trying to get his hands on one still.
Yeah, I'm a bit upset. I was in the... They gave away like, what, 4 of them yesterday? No, just the one, right? But there were 4 people that got to pick a card. And I couldn't even win one of those. I mean, it seems a bit unfair, honestly.
So
I was wondering if maybe my thing didn't get in a draw because I highlighted it.
I think they just saw your name in there. The randomizer kicked you out automatically.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get someone that I trust to get in the giveaway. Maybe I make a new Twitch account on the break.
Interesting one here. Under gun raise with Jack 8 suited and Steven with the Ace King off in the big blind. Would you say this is going to be a flat in a 9-handed for balance, but 7-handed plays differently?
Flat. The bit what? Big blind Ace King versus under the gun open? No. He has like 40 big blinds or something. I think he just always shoves there. Ace King off is just happy to win, 5 big blind pot, and it's gonna get called by Ace Queen potentially, and some, 10s or whatever. It's fine to just gamble against, but we want to make him fold like Queen Jack suited type hands, or more like 7-8 suited kind of things. So yeah, I think that's always going to be a re-raise. I'm not a big fan of like raise calling in that spot. I think that would be like just a little too cute, given the positions and stack depth. But yeah, I don't think it's really a flat there.
So you're perfectly fine with that all-in jam for about 30. Let's see, about 30 big blinds.
If it's only 30, then for sure it's only it's pure jam.
Ace 7 spades under gun or open. Does get it all the way through, steals the blinds. So right now, all the remaining 58 players are guaranteed $1,134 alongside whatever bounties they manage to collect first two spots you see in the bottom right, 35,498. Second place, 35,448. Alongside the bounties that they collect. So first place is more in the range of about 70 to 80,000 on how many players that they managed to knock out there. And second will take home in the neighborhood of about 55,000 is my guesstimate. Pretty healthy top two prizes for a $1,000 event.
Certainly a good one to win. Gonna be tough though. Seems like a strong lineup left. Just guessing based on this table.
Yeah, and the top three of this tournament are also winning party apes themselves and are going to be entered into that free roll. So have a little extra incentive. 3-bet here from the big blind. King, queen of clubs from Boris. Matches get a fold from the button. Inferior king 9 being folded. But Andre here with pocket sixes in the small blind. Gets it through. Nice little pickup there for Boris.
I think sixes could call there. I think it would be fine. Pretty deep, you know, like it's big blind 3-bet should be like reasonably wide. I think sixes should be fine to call, but it's probably close.
Yeah, and looking around, there's really not a lot of short stacks that it would matter if he dips below. Sometimes that's a consideration. PKO is what it does to your particular stack if you lose the pot, because you want to be able to cover other players at the table, but it doesn't look like it in this particular case. I see it snowball in LAG out there. One of the very first, I believe the very first winner of a Party Ape on the 3 of Hearts a while ago. Welcome back in, Snowball. Real fan favorite of the chat channel. Cookies as craft. And we have a pot here, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, Ace King is 3-betting from the big blind. Sammy's calling with that Queen Jack of clubs and nailing a flop texture, Jack 9-9.
Yeah, very good board for imposition. I'm not sure if Patrick wants to like bet every hand he has on this flop, but could be fine. Ace King's fine to bet anyway, because you get called by Ace 10, Ace Queen as well, so seems fine. Turn barrel is a bit ambitious, but I guess same logic applies. Very low SPR on the river, but I think Sammy's just going to check back here, right?
Does check back and takes a monstrous 10 million chip pot, and also taking over the chip lead at this table, 13.5 million, and Patrick loses a very healthy chunk, but still working with 9 million with blinds at 140,000. So not in bad shape, just a little bit of a setback there.
Yeah, everyone's still deep, apart from Steven.
Yeah, sorry, Steven. You're not part of the cool kid club today, but you can get there.
If I know Steven, he'll make it work.
If it's the right Steven V.
Exactly.
So for those of you out there in Twitch land that want to be part of the cool kid club, you see it in chat. The free roll is coming up at 10 o'clock BST. Password is at the top of your screen. Party 8, one word, capital P, capital A, $500 free roll. So if you stick around after the last break and you're looking to play tonight alongside listening to myself and Jack Sinclair do commentary, then go enjoy a free roll. A little free extra money in your pockets. Ace King board texture here. So Patrice opening at pocket nines under a gun and getting 2 callers. Marcus does have the best hand, but I mean, it's really not a strong holding. See if he's able to make it through to the river and win it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I would call King 7 off pre-flop here. Like, I know it's a strong hand, but overcalling versus under the gun and cutoff seems like you're going to be dominated a lot, and it's just going to be really hard to get value if you have the best hand. And then yeah, you're just in bad spots post flop basically with this hand, putting money in behind and not getting money when you're ahead.
Yeah, and a Queen of Hearts rolling off on the river, giving Broadway to Andre with his Jack 10. I imagine Marcus is going to pay off a bet here, but we'll see if that occurs.
I mean, not so clear. I mean, everything gets there. He loses. I mean, Adri could just have a random king that he... Sorry, not a king, but an ace that check back twice. Patrice can also have Marcus beat quite easily. Yeah, I think I would fold there as well.
Does find that fold. Not sure why everyone out there is spamming Party Apes in the chat, but let's talk about some Party Apes, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing the NFT Party Apes giveaway at the first break. We're going to choose 4 of y'all at random. We're going to play a little bit of a game, and one of you is going to be walking home with a Party Ape NFT, beautiful artwork, alongside a entry into a 48-person free roll. Top 4 players are all going to take home an additional NFT. The aces are left for grabs, and those 4 crypto NFT Party Ape aces also come with a 5K package into the PartyPoker Millions UK event. So make sure you stick around for the first break, and we'll see y'all there.
But to be clear, post typing Party Apes now won't do anything.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
We're just going to accept the hype for what it is. Everyone's here for the Party Apes. Everyone's liking it. King Jack off under a gun for Steven. Neon stack depth. This is either a fold or a raise. Really just depends. Does have enough depth behind him to raise. Yeah, today's a kind of a little bit of a unique day, Jack, with all these giveaways, all these free rolls. We got the $500 free roll. We got the NFT being drawn later. We have channel points that are special and redeemable today, as we talked about, with $500 points getting you into a online mini feeder, 3,500 points being into a $7.50 Millions online mini feeder. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. There's plenty to be given away. We got you covered. And for now, you just have to put up with mine and Jack's sultry voices. So Queen of Diamonds, Jack 8 of Hearts here. And Steven's sitting with mid pair alongside the King of Hearts. That King of Hearts is a very beautiful card to have in hand, providing all the backdoor draws, just in case you're behind.
Yeah, certainly a nice combo.
Queen Jack of Spades under a gun here. Looking ahead, we have Ace King offsuit for Marcus, so gonna see a little bit of action on this hand. Sir Fred 2018, welcome back in, sir. When does the free roll start? The free roll starts at 10 o'clock BST, so about 23 minutes. Password is party8, capital P, capital A, one word, top of your screen there. Make sure you join in, ladies and gentlemen.
So Marcus with quite an interesting decision, as we were talking about before. I mean, even Ace King, not a auto 3-bet in every spot. I think this wouldn't be a terrible spot to flat, because you will sometimes induce Steven to shove the big blind, which is good with like worse hands. Whereas you 3-bet here, Steven's just going to fold Ace Queen. Most of the, I mean, never know with Steven, but I think he's going to fold Ace Queen. Whereas if you flat, he's probably going to squeeze shove Ace Queen. The other thing is getting 4-bets like pretty ugly with Ace King off versus under the gun. You know, when you're this deep. I can't remember. Are they like 70 bigs or 60 or something, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's just pretty unattractive. I think it's still fine. I think I would probably maybe do half and half, something like that in this spot. If both blinds were short, or like Steven was shorter, like if Steven had like 25 bigs or something, then maybe it becomes more of a flat. And if the shorter Adri gets, the more of a 3-bet it becomes. But as it is, he got the call,
very important
flopped good.
Point of taking Steven into consideration there, and his jamming range, how it changes depending off you 3-bet in front of him. Ultimately didn't matter in that particular hand, but definitely could have changed the dynamics. So blinds are 140,000. So short stack at this table right now is Stephen V in the small blind with 30 big blinds. So not short stacked at all. Very deep table in the grand scheme of things.
Steven could be considering shoving there. King 10 suited is quite okay to be shoving. I think you get folds from King Jack, which is good. King Queen offsuit, which is good. Something like Ace 10 off, maybe. But flat is good too. Keep some dominated hands in with the suited varieties. You know, that's fine. And he's had enough slow playing now. Let's just get it in with a flush draw. Sammy gonna float.
Oh, interesting one.
Again, I don't mind it. I mean, he's got double backdoors, and Steven can be pretty loose. He could have 6 overs versus a 9, or if Steven has like. Yeah, I guess just a 9. But anyway, he was lucky he didn't turn anything on that occasion.
Yeah, unless he turned a queen or a jack, not really any card that he's going to like, whether he thinks he does or not. So that now increases our short stack at the table. So sitting on 5.9 million, which is now over 40 big blinds. So it's probably going to be quite some time, unless we just see a cooler transpire, before we see any of these players being knocked out at this particular table.
Yeah, especially now Steven's chipped up. But you never know, these guys, they can get in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Sammy floating with Queen Jack off after getting check raised on the flop. So it kind of just lends itself to exactly how much action these gentlemen can put in and what hands can take place here versus at, say, a normal table, if you will.
Yeah, obviously the deeper you get, the less the bounties are a factor, but they're always a factor. You always have to consider the bounties.
Sammy going with a very large sizing when checked too on this flop. Pot size bet, and it was not enough of a deterrent for Andre with his wheel draw. Turns 9 of hearts, favoring Sammy. The river rolls off a queen of clubs. Wow, Jack.
Nice.
I mean,
that's what I like to see. Not a care in the world. No heart, I don't care. No heart, no pair. Ace high, yeah. It's probably not good. It's only one way to win, right? Gotta go all in.
Absolutely.
Gotta respect that kind of that kind of play.
And we just lost one player. They were moved to an outer table. So we're left 6-handed now, which will speed things up even more. But yeah, that was just double pot all in. And it was probably, I don't know, 3 seconds to him on the river before he shoved all in. He knew what he was doing. He knew what the plan was, and he executed.
Yeah, sometimes that's good. You know, if you think about it too long, you're going to talk yourself out of it. You know, oh, I should wait until I have a spade, a heart, or whatever. Blah blah blah. All this nonsense. Just immediately
Except for when
jam.
your snap called, then you wish you had thought about.
Yeah, but then at least it's over quick too. You know, in case you take ages, think you shouldn't do it anyway, and then get snap called. Then it's way worse. You know.
Right.
It's better to just like jam. You lose. Okay, whatever. Go play something else.
Rip the band-aid off and move on.
Yeah. I don't do that enough. I really want to like work this into my game, just like snap acting all the time. I do it whenever I get heads up online, I do that, but that's the only time. I don't know why. I just always snap packed heads up because because you just play so many pots like so fast. Just makes me want to play
Coming
fast.
from the mixed game world, it's one of the biggest gripes and grievances against No Limit Hold'em is just how slow people play.
For sure. Even people just coming from cash games into tournaments get tilted by it. You know, you play a cash game, everyone knows, you know, everyone has the same stack, or, you know, everyone's super deep at any rate, and then it never changes, so everyone knows what hands they're opening. In a tournament, you have to like think about 10 different factors before you decide whether to open a hand or not. So it just takes forever when you're in a tournament. I was watching Espen play on Hustler Live, like this massive cash game that they played there.
Right.
And like the first hand he plays, he like gets dealt his cards, he looks at them, and then he stops, he looks around the table, he like composes himself, and then he raises. And then like the guy's like, yeah, you don't have to do that, by the way. But to be fair, Espen probably has to think about his opening range because he hasn't played cash in so long.
I mean, I like Espen, great guy. I had the chance to grab dinner with him after he won, just based off of knowing Henry. You know, very calm, very cool, very collect. And I also felt he was wildly off his element in that cash game because they're all just laughing, they're drinking, they're saying, you know, A7, all right, you know, there's no rhyme or reason, there's no logic behind it, and he's used to a very logical, methodical thought line behind everything, so they didn't quite know how to act in that game. Real fast, I saw earlier Book to Win asking how long we're streaming tonight, and Leonardo leads saying, do we finish tonight? We are playing down to a winner, so we'll be here with you no matter how long that takes. Jack's going to be with me for a few hours, and later I'll be joined by Melissa Schubert. So all the way down tonight, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a collision course here as Pocket Jack's under the gun. A7 suited for Boris next to act, and then pocket nines in the big blind for Steven. So we'll have to see how this train wreck unfolds.
Yeah, Boris might save Steven by 3-betting here, but I think mostly he's just going to flat. But it's not a bad combo to do both. A fold is not something I would do here. Definitely not in a bounty. Bounty is always a factor. I don't know if I've said that before, but I don't think you can fold A7 suited. You can make the nuts with this hand and win, 60 big blind pot and get a bounty, potentially 2 bounties. I don't think I would ever fold a hand that can make strong nuts like this.
Right. Certainly not deuce 3 offsuit to make a wheel. Ace 4 5.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, but it wouldn't be so ridiculous to see him flat like 4-5 suited for that,
For the real reason you're saying.
Deuce 3 off is pushing it, I think.
We were talking about players at this table earlier, and one of them that I noticed straight off was Sammy Caliporo. I knew the name, I couldn't quite identify the username behind it. So I looked up, it's Lars Luzak, very well-known player from Finland.
Jack's winning a pot there that A7 should have won.
Jack's making an appearance once again, but doesn't look like he'll receive the same love as Andre from the hand before. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So you look up, Sammy Caliporo, and it gives you suggestions on other people. Some of them make sense, some of them don't at all. So it starts off with Anthony Zeno, who at least is a poker player. Then it goes to Martin Jacobson, who's like, all right, that makes sense. He's from that region of the world. Yeah. Then we drop to Jonathan Little. So poker player, but weird connection. Then we go to John Forbes Nash Jr., who I believe was what the movie Beautiful Mind was written about. No real reason, rhyme or reason here. And then it goes back to Patrick Antonius. So it's well balanced. There's a connection there.
John, you've heard the term Nash equilibrium, right? That's from John Nash. Of course. We used that used to be the whole thing. You remember power numbers? Good old power numbers. Nash charts, push fold. That's all him. Beautiful mind for gambling.
It just seems like a very interesting drop in when everyone else here is poker players from all over the world, from the Swedish, Finnish region, the Nordics, if you will, are interspersed, and then you just have Jonathan Little, Anthony Zeno, and Nash Equilibrium out there.
For sure. It would be a stretch if they had like Russell Crowe.
Right. I haven't seen that movie in a long time now. Was it a good movie? I really don't remember.
I'll admit something. I've never watched it.
All right.
I'm ashamed to admit, but I've never watched it.
Well, so long as you still know about John Nash, you know who he is, then we're in good shape.
Yeah, that would be quite embarrassing.
What was who was it? I think it's Kevin Bacon in 7 Degrees of Separation, because now I'm going down this rabbit hole of seeing the most random person I can get to, because now obviously there's a connection to Russell Crowe, so then we have to see where that leads us. We're going to continue down that rabbit hole shortly, and just want to remind everyone out there, we're going to have a break here very shortly in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And on that break, we're going to be giving away a Party Ape NFT So make sure you stick around in chat. We're going to draw 4 of you at random. Some are going to get Party Poker tickets, ranging from $11 to $22. But one lucky winner is going to win that NFT ape, and it's going to get them the opportunity to play in a 48-person free roll with 4 more apes up for grabs, alongside a 5K package into the UK Millions. Also, following this break, at 10 o'clock BST, we're going to be hosting a $500 free roll on Party Poker. Password's right there at the top of your screen. Party Ape, capital P, capital A, one word. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around for this NFT giveaway. HW Poker out there saying good luck everyone for NFT and free roll. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, this is our way of giving back. I'm saying thank you. We appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate you listening to commentary. And this Party Poker Millions online is going up until September 27th. So there's still plenty of time to jump in there, to take a crack at yourself, win thousands of dollars, and have myself and Jack Sinclair, alongside some of our other commentators, talk about exactly how well you're playing. You taking a crack at that final day? There's a main event, Jack. On September 27th is when we're going to be airing it, so it should start about 25th of September.
Is this the 3K? I assume, right?
Right, $3,200 main event.
Yeah, I mean it's running every
rally.
Sunday already. I've not played it yet, but I probably will at some point. They're running it every Sunday, I believe. So next Sunday and the Sunday after that, I guess, will be the last one. Yeah, should be a nice tournament. Certainly.
Yeah, it's
looking forward to seeing your commentary on the final table.
Not sure if I'm drafted down for that one. We'll see what happens on it. Ooh, beauty of a board here for Boris. Just flops himself the stone nutter butters. So top pair here for Andre against Broadway for Boris. Check calls after being the initial raiser. Not exactly a board texture that lends him to losing too many chips here.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to call down with ace-5 off here. Wow, that's a big bet. Yeah, not so sure about the setting. But anyway, put that one in the think tank for later.
We'll get your thoughts on it after break. I know you're going to go off and enjoy yourself a nice prolonged break as we do ourselves a NFT crypto poker apes giveaway. So appreciate you joining in, Jack, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you sticking with us, we're going to be doing that crypto NFT poker apes party ape giveaway here right now. So let's get that video out there in chat. Make sure y'all know exactly what you're getting yourselves in for. You know exactly what this looks like and the beauty behind it. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. We already have given away 9 of these beautiful apes that you see on the right-hand screen. So whether you're familiar with NFTs, whether you're new to the crypto world, it doesn't matter. You can sit here, you can win it. We're going to do a giveaway. 48 players are going to win one, and there's 52 in total. So those 48 players are going to get a seat into a free roll Top 4 are going to win an additional 8, as well as a 5K package into the Millions online, or I apologize, Millions UK event. So, ladies and gentlemen, 52 apes in total, 52 cards in a deck. Makes sense? So here we go for the drawing for the players out there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in chat. I'm going to type it in there alongside y'all. Just type in Party 8, capital P, capital A, one word. Right there in chat, you see it, Party 8, one word. We're going to do a random drawing from y'all. So what's going to happen, type in chat, Party 8, capital P, capital A. You have 2 minutes to do it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes to get in there. We're going to draw at random. We're going to have Nightbot pick y'all. And we're going to play a little bit of game. 4 players in total. Party 8, capital P, capital A, ladies and gentlemen. There can only be one per player in total throughout this entire giveaway for those 9 of you that have already won a Party 8. We're going to give you, if you are drawn, a $22 ticket, but you cannot win a second crypto Party 8. Leave some for the rest of them, ladies and gentlemen. Party 8. We're almost there. 1 minute remaining. So how we're going to do this is we're going to get 4 of you in there. You're going to draw cards. Here we go, right here. It's going to be a mystery card game. So when a winner is drawn, we're going to have you choose one card. Number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Party 8 in chat. And depending on which card you select, you will get the prize underneath it. You'll have 1 minute to pick it. If you do not say which card you want in that 1 minute, your name will be redrawn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 15 seconds left to get your Party Ape in chat. 10 seconds. I see some of you begging Nightbot for it. 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's draw. Let's see who's going to be playing today. Can we get one name in chat, Nightbot? We're going to do the random drawing. And there we go. It is the first name. Bathing Lags has won. Bathing Lags, you have 1 minute. 1 minute. It's our card number 3. There we go. All right, Bathing Lags, card number 3. Let's do another drawing. Get another name out there. Congratulations, Bathing Lags. J2, I love you. Well, we love you too. Nightbot has chosen you. Which card would you like? J2, I love you. 1 minute. Card number 1, 2, or 4. Let's see. Sounds like number 2. There you go. Congratulations, sir. All right. Snowball. Well, you've already won the very first Party Ape. And I apologize. You can only win 1. So we're going to ship you, Snowball, a $22 ticket instead and draw a new player. Congratulations once again, Snowball. So let's draw a new player, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about run good. We're going to be drawing a new player in Snowball's spot. So you can only win 1 Party Ape. And here we are, AR Sergio. AR Sergio, card number 1 or card number 4. Speak up. Or forever hold your peace. Where are we at, AR Sergio? I see a happy face from you. Card number 1 or card number 4? Card number 4. There you go, AR Sergio. Congratulations. And we need one more name. One more name from Nightbot. And it is Anadal Akwai. And you have card number 1, Anadal. No question about that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to flipping. Can we get card number 1 revealed and see what Anna has won? right here with you guys. Let's see what is underneath this card. It is $11 ticket. Congratulations, Anna. Better luck next time on Game the Ape. $11 though. You can play some online Party Poker Millions event with that one. How about J2? I love you. J2, number 2, card number 2. Is it your lucky number? What do we have underneath for you, J2? A $22 ticket. There you go. That's lots of twos. J2, card 2, $22 ticket. Congratulations, sir. What about the first person chosen here? Bathing Lags. Card number 3. You're the first one off. First one, choose a card. Card number 3. What is underneath it? It is the Party Ape, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. First player chose it right. Card number 3 was a Party Ape, and Bathing Lags is going to be in there for that free roll. 48 player free roll, playing for 4 5K packages into the UK Millions. Congratulations, Bathing Lags. And AR Sergio, you know you're not winning the ape, but let's see what you are winning instead. Massive, massive for you, Bathing. Congratulations. AR Sergio taking home an $11 ticket. So congratulations, good sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for being here. Huge, huge warm congratulations to Bathing Lags there, taking home that Party Ape. And for all of you that were not able to play with us today, make sure you check out that $500 free roll we got going on here right now, 10 o'clock BST. Party Ape, capital P, capital A, one word. We are going to be going on break here. Coming back shortly to see the continuation of this event. Event number 8, the 7K PKO. Congratulations to all of our winners, ladies and gentlemen. Cheers, and we'll see you shortly.
Jacques has done a boss move by an outfit change during break. He's no longer sporting the black shirt with the gray sweater. Now he's busted out the red long sleeve shirt. It is obviously
How do you feel about this
move.
costume change?
It's a tactical move, my friend. It's to cause confusion amongst your opponents. So I like it. He's changing it up. We might see a different Jacques here in the last 2 levels.
Interesting one here. You don't see too many flats at this stage of the tournament. Seb raised up with ace queen off. And then Lucas, here with the queen 9 of diamonds, decided to go ahead and flat it from the hijack. And that's really not something you see a lot of as we get down into it.
Demetrius now.
You see that look on Dimitrios' face? He says, no, not this time. I want to.
No.
Oh, that took a lot of restraint.
Now, you know what? He's been hanging out with Ferrari over the break, and Ferrari's like, I like to play every hand. Rubbing off on him, rubbing off the mayor.
I think that's one he could very easily decide to peel off with the Jack 9, or I apologize, Jack 10, for only just over a big blind more. Very playable hand, but decided not to.
He would have flopped the best hand right now with the 10.
If we want some action, I think we have to root here for a flat from Lucas and then a Jack coming on the turn. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely see where you're going with this, and I approve. I approve of that message.
We do get the flat. Now can we get the Jack? Oh, close, right?
I thought it was going to happen.
3 clubs.
Close.
Very close.
The 3 doesn't change much. Brings in the backdoor flush draw.
I would be willing to say it changes absolutely nothing. Obviously, Lucas was calling here on the flop not just to try to hit his gut shot, but also to be able to float and take away from some different runouts. I think this is definitely a bet that's going to get called by Seb. Although the Queen of Hearts is not the best for being in his hand, because it blocks the Queen Jacks of the world. He beats Queen Jack, he beats some Queen Nines, he beats Ace Jack. He beats a handful of hands, and it's definitely been shown that Seb likes to make calls on the river. Especially, he could even check raise here with the Ace of Clubs in hand. Turn his hand into a bluff.
That's true.
Classic covering your mouth, not wanting to give anything away. Remember back in the day when tells were all the rage, like you could tell what someone had by looking at them deep into their soul and seeing if their left pinky twitched, and game has
Or if
definitely
they have
changed
like a
over
twitch
time.
on their lips. Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
Seb finds
Oh,
a
wow.
fold here, and Lucas gets it through.
Lucas
Nice pickup there.
quietly chipping up. Has not shown down a hand yet.
That's true. Welcome on back in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Party Poker Millions event number 8, 7-handed PKO event. My name is Nathan Gamble, joined by Jack Sinclair. And Jack, we just did a very nice giveaway on break, and Bathing Lags took home that crypto NFT ape. How disappointed are you that wasn't you this go around yet again?
Well, I'm extra disappointed because I didn't even enter it. I went to use the bathroom. When I came back, you were already announcing the winners. So I slept on it. I was AFK. So I can only blame myself, which makes it a lot worse.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, it looks like we have a new table here, and we talked about the big names that we had previously. Well, you got some names as well here. Andras Nemeth, obviously. Nicholas Astet. Huge names, and opposite ends of the spectrum with their chip stacks.
Yeah, no surprises that Nicholas has all the chips. That is his bread and butter. Kind of surprised to see Andres short, but I guess it can happen. Rui Martins, I recognize as I know him as well. Yeah, I recognize the other names as well. I don't know about this Ricardo guy. Maybe if I saw the last name. But the others look familiar.
Yeah, when you start getting into these 1K plus buy-ins, I feel that most of the names are going to stick out to you.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the ones with a good structure. And we're looking on day 2. We're gonna see a lot of the same guys making it through.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching Nicholas navigate off of this massive 150 big blind stack. Well, there's a new name to the table, Jans Arend, who is not new to us by any stretch of imagination. Took 3rd last week, if I remember correctly. We were doing commentary then. Very well known high stakes player.
Yeah, I actually stayed and watched a bit of the final table after I'd done my duty. It was quite interesting. Jans always plays very well.
Yeah, and these stack sizes are going to be interesting to just watch some of the best scenario play off of. I think it's a very, very good learning experience that's about to take place.
Yeah, it's good to see a little distribution of stacks as well. So we get to see how they play with different, some short stacks in the mix this time.
This has potential to be a very confrontational board, as Andras has top pair coming off of 12 big blinds, and Eder here with the nut flush draw, obviously the ace being overcard, so has a lot of potential to get the rest of the chips in a very, very expedited manner.
No way Eder's going to fold here.
I mean, that lead alone kind of speaks volumes to what I was just talking about. Most people are not going to be leading on the turn when the top pair pairs up. And so Andras's choice to lead into the pre-flop raiser is definitely a unique play that you don't see many players making.
Yeah, and I think quite a nice check by him on the river, I guess. On the monotone board, like his opponent should just have a lot of combos like he had, just ace of clubs. And then also just, a lot of better hands, and it's quite hard to get called by worse if he shoves there, if he jams his king knight. Like it's quite hard to get called by one pair. So good check. I would have thought that Eder would jam there in position. I mean, he has no pair, he's got the nut flush blocker, he's got a straight blocker as well. Kind of hard to imagine that he's ever going to show down the winner there. I mean, he can, but I think if Andras has got something worse than ace high, he's probably just going to shove himself on the river, unless it's like, I don't know. No, I can't think of any hand that he gives up there really. So yeah, I think I would have liked to shove there with the ace nine, even though he would have got called. Seemed like a good spot for it. The other thing is Andras can just have a jack. You can just have a random jack, and he kind of has to fold on. He's forced to fold on the queen river.
Right. All in here for Ricardo, who was the one player that you didn't know. Depending on the size of that bounty, Nicholas with the king 10 off can either be folding or calling it off. Kind of depends on how much Ricardo does find a fold. We're going to assume Ricardo's bounty isn't a rather large one.
Do we know what the starting stack was in this tournament?
I can find out for you. I don't know offhand. Let me see in my info. Offhand, I do not know.
Fair enough. Well, that will matter as well, obviously, if
Right.
if he has 48 start stacks and only 10 or so bounties, even though he might have a big bounty, it's not. Might not be worth
it's
that much to
guessing
call off
10,000. We're gonna take well over 10,000, as that'd be
that would be pretty
quite
epic.
a lot of chips at play. Yeah. Well, we'll take the over on that one. I see Pappy Van Winkle, perennial chat pro out there. Welcome on in, good sir. Glad to have you a part of this. I think I've actually seen him quite some time now. Pocket fours here in the big blind. Jack 10 off, Jack 10 suited. A little bit of Jack 10 action all the way around.
Kind of liking this fold, but
with the Jack 10 off under the gun.
Yeah, I think it's quite tempting to open that when you're a big chip leader and it's a bounty. Like, I mean, I may have advocated for opening this in the past, but when you think about it, like, it's quite unlikely that Ricardo or Andras flat that much. Like, they're mostly going to continue by sticking it in, and so with none of the short stacks being in the blinds, like the blinds are actually pretty deep. Jack 10 off under the gun, I guess it's going to be, and also there's not much ICM pressure on anyone, right? Like, if it was final two tables, then it becomes much more of an open, even with the stack distribution that it is. But I guess here, like, no one's going to really pay much attention to that, to ICM.
Right. Andras gets shoved on by the big blind. So we are down to 42 players as of right now. We started today with 65. We took up coverage. So already dropped about a third of what we started with. We'll be playing all the way down to winner today.
Could be a long day for you.
Yeah, you get used to it after a while. No harm, no foul. Let's see, we started, it's only been an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I think the longest I've done a stream for has been 11 and a half hours with Melissa. What's 11 and a half hours amongst friends?
Yeah, I mean, watching some poker, you know, enjoying it. I remember once I did commentary at the Irish Open in Dublin. Okay. So it was live, and I was in the commentary booth, which was like behind the stage, and the heads up just lasted like 6 hours or something, and it was like 6 a.m, and we were like just dying on the commentary booth. And you know, I just popped in for an hour or two, but you know, we got some Jaeger bombs, we got some pizza. You know, it's feeling good. You know, like, you know what, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay till the end. You know, 3-handed or whatever. But, you know, it's still not that late. And yeah, I regretted that decision because the other thing was, because we were right behind the stage, like, we knew they weren't going to finish for another half hour at all times. So we were waiting to hear them cheering, and then we would know it was over, and then we would have to wait another half hour. So it was pretty brutal situation, you know, once it got to like 5 a.m. But good memories.
Yeah, 6 hours just for the heads-up match. What was the rest of the final table looking like?
I don't remember. Can't really remember any of the poker. I think it wasn't even the main event. I think it was just like the high roller or something. Maybe it was the main event. I don't even know.
I was working with David Tuck last night until 3 a.m. this morning doing WSOP coverage. And we were talking about it beforehand, and he's just like, yeah, we should kind of incorporate more of just getting some drinks and hanging out and chilling. Like, people want to watch poker, but it's also an industry that lends itself to that more jovial atmosphere when people are coming from a recreational home game environment. And I feel like the Irish Open would definitely be along that line.
Yeah, absolutely. Although technically they told us that we weren't allowed to drink on stream, so we had to do our drinking out of coffee cups.
You can drink, just don't let anyone know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone knew. It wasn't a very well kept secret. I mean, it was like 2 a.m. and we're just like downing coffees like left, right, and center and getting progressively more. What's the word? Coffee
Less
drunk.
sober.
less sober from all this coffee.
Yeah. You're like, I don't know what's in that coffee over there, but seems like everyone's
But I want
enjoying
more.
it.
I want 2 more shots, please, of that sweet, sweet coffee.
So it's kind of nice to have this stack distribution that we didn't have at the other table. We do have, some short stacks that will, really mix things up when people go after their bounties. We have the potential at all times to just see a collision with hands that you wouldn't expect.
Absolutely. Although I still feel like people are not adjusting anywhere near what I was expecting them to do every time.
Part of finding the fold. So Tommy left with the best hand pre-flop and the best hand on this flop, flopping himself bottom pair against the nothing burger of Jans.
Jan's going to take the bait here. Now, ace-3 kind of can convert into a nice bluffing hand on later streets, depending on the run out. Sometimes nice to have like a hand that doesn't connect at all with the board, but having the ace is kind of nice. Blocks some of the stronger hands. And Jan's just going to go for it.
Not here. Yeah.
Nice. I mean, I like it. I like it. Not sure that one is.
Definitely not many people are going to be winning in Jan's spot.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how the computer would think about that. I mean, you could probably make an argument that this, it's probably in there, some frequency, but probably not a very high frequency.
That's how some of the world's best justify the play, right? It's a low frequency play. That's all you need to worry
Absolutely.
about. Don't do it every time. And 8 of hearts here on the button for Rui.
The problem for me is I'm always trying to justify 0% plays. So, but I mean, people say that's a low frequency play. No, it's not. Like, yeah, 0 is a low frequency.
0 is very low.
Yeah.
Where he shoves from the button with the 10-8 of hearts, gets it through. Aces
American
here
Airlines,
for
the
Jans.
Jans.
Flying on in. Only hand really is Rui there, the Queen Jack suited. Has potential.
Yeah, so ace is going to play a deep stack pot out of position versus a suited connector. It's pretty much the worst pre-flop outcome, that you can get. I guess it would be good that he has the ace of spades at least.
Yeah, because, Rui's sitting here with just about 100 big blinds. Jan's a little bit shorter, sitting on 30 big blinds. Or, I apologize, 70 big blinds.
Nasty flop for aces.
Yeah, Yeah, it's not favorable to Rui's actual hand, but it's a very gnarly flop to look at when you're Jans.
So yeah, probably just go check call here. I mean, there's like, if he check raises, it's just going to get really ugly this deep. Like, if Rui calls, then there's like a million turns that are bad, and he's going to have to check, and then his range is kind of very, it's going to be very tough to play aces from that point. So I think check calling is the right play there.
Pretty nice run out here. Board double pairs, but you don't imagine Rui has too many 6s or 5s in range and just ends up checking it back. So without too much contention, Jans is going to take that down.
Yeah, I think Jans has a pretty clear check on the river. Having 2 aces, like, you're trying to get called by ace high if you bet in that spot, because if you check, Rui's going to bet his overpairs anyway, so you don't have to bet against them. So betting just kind of makes no sense there. Unless he wanted to like induce a raise bluff by betting really small.
So Andras continues to get shorter here. And Ricardo as well. And they're down to 35 players now, so this is getting down there a lot faster than they originally appeared it would.
Yeah, dropped a few in swift fashion.
For those of y'all just out there joining us, my name is Nathan Gamble, alongside Jack Sinclair, bringing you the Party Poker Millions online event number 8, the 7 Max PKO event. This is the final day of it, which means we are playing down to a winner, and we'll be hitting there in the next few hours. Ace 7 versus Ace 9 here. Jans is going to definitely be continuing with the Ace of Hearts in hand, 2 hearts on board. We'll see if it's in the form of a check raise, which it is.
Yeah, it's a nice raise. Just like a ton of turn cards he can keep firing on. Also just going to make Nicholas fold some, like, you know, King X type hands. Also Ace High as well, which he has. But it's nice to, it's good for Ace High to clear out like some King Highs that have, you know, a lot of outs against you.
Right, so just kind of an equity, clearing up your equity and taking the pot down now while you're still in the lead type of raise.
Exactly. But with the opportunity to bluff later as well.
Always have to give yourself the opportunity to bluff, right?
I mean, it's always an option.
Sometimes do you ever get that physical sensation that you can't pull the trigger of, you know, you're just like, it's not happening this time. I'm not betting it. I'm not calling it off, whatever it happens to be.
No, I suffer from the opposite problem. I can't control myself. Like, I know it's a bad bluff, but I still do it. That's more my style.
Okay. Complete wild, unadulterated spazzing of all.
Yeah, just like I've had it a bunch of times where I kind of know it's not good, but like I know if I don't, I'm gonna lose. So that's the problem. I went through a phase where I just never gave up anything. Like, it doesn't matter how bad the river card was or how bad my combo was. If I built a big pot on the turn, I was just always putting it in on the river. And then I had to go through sort of like a relearning of river spots where I would reward myself for making a good give up. That was the key, you know, because I always gave myself a lot of credit when I found a nice bluff. I'd be like, nice, that's a nice bluff, well done. But if I gave up, it was always, even if they had the hand that was calling, I still felt like you wussed out in that bluff, didn't you? Even though I would have busted. So I had to go through a phase where I was like, oh, that was a really good give up. Well, nice one. And started to actually enjoy finding a nice give up.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there joining us and you happen to play against Jack in a future tournament, see which way he's going with it. If he's giving himself a cookie for the great bluffs, or if he's giving himself a cookie for the give ups. How long?
You always have to.
This happened pre or post main event.
You always have to give yourself a cookie for the nice bluffs. It's still hard to pull the trigger, in those those big spots.
Sounds like it's still in you. You still want the hero bluffs.
Absolutely.
All in here from Andros, unless he has a particularly large bounty. I imagine we've seen folds all the way around. And for those of y'all that are unfamiliar, we don't actually get to see the bounties until the final table. So we will see then exactly how much each of these players are worth. There are the payouts provided by Nightbot for the base prizes without any bounties attached to them. Still a healthy little 1K event, but bounties are worth considerably more than what you see there.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can complain with 35k, but 35k plus bounties, much nicer.
Any day of the week that you want to come up and pass me 35k and say there's also an envelope with more in it, I'm going to be very happy. Have you played any of the mystery bounty events, either live or online?
Both, and I've never made it to the bounty stage.
Oof.
So I've not played very many, in my defense. I played that crazy one at the World Series, the 1K. I played the 10K in Barcelona, and I played there's like a 100 euro one online at the moment, and I played that 8 or 9 times yesterday and didn't make it day 2.
8 or 9 times. That's a healthy disrespect for money.
It's an online thing, It's
of course
one of those online things.
I have a friend that always plays the mystery bounties. I think he makes day 2. It seems like 70-80% of the time I talk with him, he makes day 2. However, he still has not collected a single bounty from them.
Oh, that's worse, I think, isn't it? That's more painful. Oh, yeah. At least I don't know. At least I've never been involved in the situation.
Ricardo here, pocket 5's in the big blind. Imagine he's going to find it all in here. Seems hard to believe it'd be anything other than that. There it goes, 4.1 million. Tommy has to call another 3.6 million.
Again, these bounties, I don't know how small the bounty would have to be for me to fold ace-9 there. He had, 18 bigs or so?
Right.
But, he is versus early position, should be a pretty strong range. I'm not 100% sure that 5s is necessarily a jam there. Given how wide under the gun will be calling.
For if Tom used to call there and lose, it's about a third of his stack. But he would still cover Andras and Eder. So that's something important to keep in mind when you're looking at calling in these PKO type of events, is who do you still cover? And as our mod out there is saying, the players can see the bounties on the tables. We're just unable to from watching up here, but we do get those at the final table. Nice little flop here for Andras from the big blind with ace-9 off against the king-queen of Eder. So they all know what each other is worth. We just aren't able to tell you right now what it looks like. Two checks from Andras leads to a bet on the turn from Eder with the king queen. Check raise and pick up there for Andras. We are switching tables now. So we have Nicholas Stad here up against perennial favorite as well, Elio Fox. Their heads up in a pot, and it looks like Elio will be taking us down unless something funky happens on the river. So what about this table? Are there names here that you recognize other than the two obvious candidates, Jack?
Yeah, Ognian Dimov, very well-known Bulgarian player. Bruno, I guess that's Boteon, who again, very well-known Brazilian high-stakes reg. Löfberg, I'm guessing is Swedish. I think I know who that is, but I'm not sure. But I do not know Daniel Custodio. That's a new one for me. Or maybe it's Custodian, and they just missed out the end. So maybe it's someone else playing. Maybe it's someone else playing for Daniel. It's Daniel's Custodian.
Oh, there you go. Custodio. Definitely, it seems to be one of the love languages. Perhaps he's from Spain. Hard to know right now. Löfberg. It does seem that just about every table that pops up, you know, the overwhelming majority, about 80 to 90%, but there seems to be one, maybe two players that leave you scratching your head. That's kind of to be expected at this state, that it's a known quantity of what we're getting ourselves into.
Yeah, absolutely. These 1Ks are going to be, you're going to know a lot of people, especially towards the end.
And Dimov here is by far and away the chip leader at this particular table, sitting on over 40 million. The blind's at 150, 300,000 now. So well in excess of 130 big blinds. But Niklas here, sitting on 100 big blinds himself, so not too far behind.
Potential for a spin here. Yeah.
Here. Yep.
8-9 suited, nice hand,
A6
nice
diamonds.
cracking hand. Well, that's a good flop
Here
for
we go.
A6.
What a beauty of a flop. top pair, nut flush draw, drills 2 pair in the river just in case. So nice little double up there for Bruno. As Dimlov took a crack at him and isn't able to get that bounty. With that being said, Jack, we're down to 30 players, so we are getting closer and closer, slowly inching towards that final table. We have 6 players here, so it seems like we have 5 tables of 6 players right now.
Some good maths. Like to see it.
It's American education. Don't be jealous.
I feel like we've seen a very small number of the bust outs, given how many there's been. I feel like we haven't seen many, but maybe that's just my perception.
Have we seen any? I don't think we've seen a single one, if I'm not mistaken. Very favorable flop here for Lufberg, flopping himself an open-ender alongside the 10-high flush draw, and nails it on the turn with the Queen of Hearts rolling off. Obviously, not the nut flush by any stretch of imagination, but you're not upset about this.
Nicholas undeterred on the turn, but gives up on this river. So this is one of those spots I don't think I could find the give up. I'd just be all in here. Just, you probably don't have an ace of hearts. What can you do? I'm all in. But that's why Nicholas is the best player in the world, and I'm doing commentary.
So, at what point did you have to fight off these urges to really stop firing away on every single river?
Well, it didn't really have to do it for a long time because it seemed to work so well for so long. But I think I just pushed it too far by the end. I don't know, 2-3 years or so, something like that.
You have to go rehab afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
River jams,
therapy.
Repeat the mantra.
Yeah, it required a lot of therapy, some counseling. Five four going to take a flop.
You think so?
Although it's missing, all the outs are gone for 5. We've got 2 5s and a 4 missing. You wouldn't play this if it was stud, and you could see that, but.
Look at that beauty of a flop. Provides him an open or a gut shot alongside a backdoor 5-high flush draw, which he'll need to hit one of those if he wants the opportunity to take down Nicholas with the trip deuces. You gotta see, the beauty amongst the pain here for 5-4. Let's just fold it off though.
Yeah, I think versus half pot, 3-way, you definitely can't call. You could argue for check raising, but this board kind of really hits Nicholas's flatting range on the button. So probably you don't have that much immediate fold equity. You also have to worry about Bruno could have been looking for the check raise with an overpair. So I think it's a good discipline fold there.
I think the recognition of what you just talked about is important to becoming really good at tournament poker, but just poker in general, of the configuration and formation of players. So Rue's stuck in the middle. He doesn't know if Bruno has a hand that wants to continue as well, that wants to check raise. aggressive, and understanding that kind of formation is what separates players when they first start learning of just continually being in those spots and learning how to navigate those waters.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you learn about check raising from the big blind with gutters, you know, that can't continue, gutters and backdoors, you're going to tend to just do it every time without thinking about these kind of things. But yeah, certainly that spot, it's the combination of the large bet and a player behind. And also just his lack of equity. Like, he has a backdoor flush draw, but as you pointed out, it's 5 high. It's like, you hit a 5 high flush, you're just praying that you get to show it down and win a small pot. You know, if you make the straight, it's good, but it's the bottom end, and there's a flush, you know, that could come in as well. So it's just not that great. It just doesn't have great equity there, or in fact, it has terrible equity. Would be a more precise way to say it.
Right, and a lot of reverse implied odds as well. Getting that 6 is not exactly the most gin card, as it presents the 9-10 for the nut straight. Some of those players' hands, so a lot of room for better hands to be in your range.
Exactly, yeah.
King 10 on the button, gonna pick it up here for Rude. Yeah, I really don't think we've seen a single knockout since we started commentary today, which coming up on 2 hours now is pretty hard to believe.
I feel like we've seen one, but I can't remember.
Somewhere out there along the way. It all runs together after a while, but I know we've seen a decent clip of all-ins. We've seen some double-ups, but yeah, I'm definitely not remembering what it is, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
But to be fair, we haven't seen that many short stacks. We've always been looking at the big stack tables.
Right. Elio Fox here, coming along from the big one, the 6-8 offsuit. Now up against the top 2 pair of Nicholas. But rather wet board texture, 2 spades, King 10-7, plethora of straight draws out there.
Yeah, again, same situation, just like a hand that has very low equity, despite being a gutter. Elio electing to check call, which is, yeah, I mean, it's an option versus a small bet. I think this combo, I think you could argue for folding versus early position, but I guess it's fine. I think, yeah, I would normally check raise with a hand with. Yeah, if your pair outs are just already going to be not very good. Like, if he hits an 8, it's like, it's okay. But if he hits a 6, he's like still has to check fold turn. So in that spot,
Right.
I think it's just better to check raise those kind of gutters and check call, like Jack 9, where like both your pair outs you can call turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And King on the river there gave Nicholas the nut boat, just in case he wasn't sure before, but ends up taking it down against Elio.
Yeah, I guess it's good for Elio that he didn't get a card where he was tempted to bluff. Although it might have gone through, I guess, on the Nicholas would have just had a king with a bad kicker.
3-bet here from the pocket kings of Rui. Imagine it's going to fold out the rest of these players. Deuces on the button, no good. Deuces through 5s are another type of hand. We were talking about hand classes earlier, such as ace-queen, that have changed over time. And those deuces through 5 type of holdings as well are in the same boat, it seems, as players are much more cautious of, especially in the earlier position, playing those very small pocket pairs.
Yeah, for sure. In general, a general theme is that the solvers really dislike deuces. There's several stack sizes where they don't even open them from late position, let alone early. They just have bad potential. You know, you never flop undercards with these low cards, and that's a big problem.
And here for Elio, not much to do. Yeah, some of these stack sizes are starting to get handicapped based off of Elio being in there, kind of waiting to see what he'll do and trying to get that bounty whenever his money does go in. You know, Bruno and Daniel are out there with between 30 and 40 big blinds, which is typically significant, but they're definitely the shorter stacks at the table in relation to the very large, deep stacks remaining. Top pair, backdoor, queen high flush draw for Nicholas. A rather innocuous deuce 6-8. It does pick up the flush draw on 5 of clubs turn against Lofberg's. He's high.
Yeah, Löfberg goes for the big sizing on the flop, which I think is okay. It's a hand where, yeah, you get some better ace highs to fold when you bet big, but maybe not. Maybe some of them float you if you bet small. I think it would be fine to also have a check back here. This hand kind of seems like would be a normal check back. You might want to have at least a shred of equity to bet big on the flop, like you know, have something like King Jack with the King of Clubs or something, which can bet big, and then it benefits more because any ace high it folds out is great, and folding out King High is also good. And then also you can magically backdoor yourself into a good hand. But anyway, it's a low frequency play. Seems fun. And we're gonna see
low frequency
some action. That's it. When in doubt, roll low. That's what we say.
All right, yeah, definitely some action here. Pocket queens for Dimov against the pocket jacks of Bruno. We were just talking about that stack depth of Bruno sitting on 35 big blinds. Now a 3-bet on the button. So if you're in Dimov's spot with pocket queens here, 35 big blind stack on the button, 3-bets you. I assume you're putting in a 4-bet, and if so, what sizing do you go with in this type of situation?
Yeah, well, the theory is in this spot you just don't have a non-all-in 4-bet size, and I think queens is just always a shove in this situation because, like, Bruno's pretty likely to have quite strong range here to begin with. Like, you get it in good enough, and then queens just flops a overcard too often to slow play. You know, it's going to become a king or ace high board really, really often. So it just makes sense to get it in pre-flop. You can start trapping kings and aces, which don't flop an overcard so often.
Well, that's exactly what Dimov did there, was rip it all in and was called by the pocket jacks, but was not able to meet any more jacks out there as the pocket queens held up, took down the pot, and is, I believe that was our first elimination that we've witnessed today, as Bruno is leaving us in roughly 29th place. So we'll be taking a break on the heels of his departure, ladies and gentlemen, and be back shortly for myself, PartyPoker, and Jack Sinclair. See y'all soon. Snowball in chat saying good luck pronouncing some of those names. Absolutely. I just blanket apologize in advance. Myself and Grinder are both American. Pronunciation of some of these European names is not our specialty, so blanket apology to them, to their families, to their small children watching, and as well to all of you in chat. All in here from Robin Cornett with Pocket Jets under a gun +2.
Hussein's thinking about this. He's got 8-10. I'm assuming he's gonna fold. He's not gonna call off here for his tournament life.
It doesn't look like it. He kind of just gave this exasperated sigh there. It's a 15 big blind shove under a gun +2. As Mike Ehrmantraut sits there and contemplates how many people he's killed.
How many people he's dumped in Lake Mead?
So,
which apparently has gone up 15 inches.
It has here in the last couple of weeks as it's been raining and flooding in Vegas. Let's see, some ace-10s, couple ace-10s in the muck, one jack-10 offsuit in the muck, and our big blind here with ace-queen offsuit. I imagine this is going to be a call from Hien.
Faizullah Kardashian. He took off his glasses. He can see now. Oh, he's laughing a little bit. He's like,
I mean, there's some humor here. There's some laughter. I think they recognize the gravity of the situation. Does make the call. Two of his aces are already in the muck, so he's not in as great a shape as it may seem, even with being a coin flip. So we're going to get a 2.7 million chip pot here, which is worth a little over 30 big blinds at this stage of the tournament, about 33 bigs.
Yeah,
Grinder.
nice. It's a nice, very nice.
It's a nice flop
pot there, and he hits a queen.
And we have a king 6 queen board. The 10 rolls off on the turn, providing Robin Cornett with that open ender. As we said, two aces are in the muck. That leaves one ace out alongside some 9s, and is not to be for Robin Cornett, as he is eliminated here in 90th place with Fazul. Well, it's almost a double up for him, really, as he takes this 2.7 million chip pot. All in here from Beardes with the King Jack. One king in the muck. One 8 in the muck, so. Well, I imagine it's going to be in the muck. I don't see too many calls here with the 8 deuce of clubs. Obviously, Heaton is going to be in there and see the coin flip he's up against. No matter what, he's going to be in just fine shape after his hand. Hopefully picking up almost 700,000 in chips. Extremely clean flop there for Heaton Kyle Van. 4, 5, 7. Puts in a very advantageous spot. So David is needing just the king or the jack on the river to stay alive. And there it is, Jack of Diamonds. Nice little 5-outer for Mr. David Berdes, representing Slovakia. As a double up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the Party Poker Millions Online event number 8, the 7 Max PKO event. I'm here alongside Jack Sinclair. How you doing, Jack?
Feeling good. Ready for another exciting hour. More giveaways,
Absolutely.
Perhaps?
Well, we've already done a NFT ape today. Had a winner there. Did a couple $11 and $22 tickets. Had a free roll going on for $500. So, I don't know how many more giveaways we can do, but we can definitely get people getting in there with their channel points at the conclusion of this hand. So it looks like the start of the day, chip leader Pravidi here with pocket fours against King Jack, or I apologize, Ace Jack, offsuit of Kareem. All in, 10 million out there. And pocket fours do not hold on that flop as Kareem nails a jack, holds up through the duration of the run out. But yeah, for some giveaways for the people that are out there spamming Party Ape, apologize, ladies and gentlemen, it has already been given away for today. But let me see if I can find you the next go around that will be doing it. Today is September 12th, so that means September 17th there will be another Party Ape giveaway. September 17th we'll have a Party Ape for y'all, for the viewers. So no worries, ladies and gentlemen, there's still more to give away. We've given away 10 so far, another 3 are given away tonight of the 48 that are won prior to the free roll. And obviously, those free roll winners are going to be 4 additional Party Apes, giving a total of 52, 1 for every card in the deck. So this is a new table, Jack, as we're down to 25 players. Any names out there that are standing out to you?
Well, so this is definitely an outlier in I do not know anyone. I mean, Trividi, Peralta? No. I love this name, though. Loichdidonka. That's a phenomenal name. That is challenging Nathan Gamble for the best poker name. Donka.
Loichdidonka.
I mean, that's just phenomenal.
I mean, Didonker is right beside Diego Alfonso Vincenzo III.
Unless that V stands for value bet, it's not as good. I mean, someone's probably going to come in and say, I know you pronounce it Donskja, but no, he's Donka.
Well, real fast, we have a pretty interesting flop here between the blinds with the top 2 pair for Ricardo, 3-4-8 board. Gets to open and straight draw of Trividi. Blink turn, King of Hearts, leads the Baduki.
Yep, Deuce 5 going to want to barrel off here for sure. It's hard to have a worse hand than 5 high. Some would say impossible on this board.
It is an absolute unbridled nut low right now, and forevermore. So this is a hand I think typically falls into the classic it's bet on the river as there's no worse hands. Even beat by, say, a 5-6 or some sort got shots I got there, 5-7, 6-7. But did go ahead and give it up, preserving the chips.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bluff there. I mean, as you say, not low. Also, just a decent bluff candidate. Ricardo not going to have two pair very often, and it's a pretty scary run out for one pair. Not the best run out for sure for bluffing. Maybe he thought this guy's a bit of a station by calling with any 8. So maybe he's giving himself a pat on the back for a good give up.
No matter what, should be patting himself on the back there. That bet was getting called no matter how large he went. So Ricardo missed out on a little bit of value just by Trividi playing well. This is a fun little one. Trip 3s for Peralta in the big blind, going up against Diego with the overpair of 9s.
Trividi in the mix as well with the backdoor flush draw and 2 overcuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a bad check raise candidate, this Queen Jack. In fact, I think I would check raise this most of the time, I guess. Call is another option, I guess. I'm not such a big fan of call on this board though, because it's so good for the big blind. Like the big blind is just going to have like a load of 3 combos, which you can never have, or almost never. Your only 3 is ace-3 suited. And then the big blind just has like a lot of gutters and open-enders, 6x and 3s. So you just like invite a check raise way too often, and even just getting an overcall means this really reduces the EV of this float. Like when you float out of position, you're really hoping that turn goes check check, and then you just get to bet and win against the in position player. But that doesn't happen now because the big blind's going to be in the pot so often. So then it's turn has to check through, and then you have to bet into 2 people. So I think raise or fold Queen Jack on the flop.
Well, Peralta turns himself a boat on this King of Hearts and barrels all the way off after Ace of Clubs comes on the river. And Diego is able to find himself a fold.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that turn call either by Diego. It seems too ambitious. Like when the heart comes and it's an overcard, you just can't call on any river. Big blind's just gonna bin you on the river way too often.
Maybe thought there's just still some hope for being a bluff and or say like a 4-5 type of holding. And if nothing else, was able to hit a 9 on the river. But does leave Peralta in very good shape at this table, very commanding shape, holding over 100 big blinds in comparison to the rest of the field. Reem here calling out the big blind with the 8-3 of diamonds. How wide are you defending your big blind off of a 25 to 30 big blind stack? You put this 8-3 diamonds in there, kind of any suited will do?
Yeah, pretty much. You could argue for folding 7 deuce suited, but I wouldn't against the button. Relatively short from against the button, I'm just calling any suited cards as my default. Wouldn't be a crazy 3-bet candidate either. If you really don't know if you can defend or not, just 3-bet. Yeah, it's always a viable option. But yeah, mostly calling that. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Trividi here once again, open it up. Look de Donker in the big blind. I think we're going to try to say that name as often as possible for you, Jack.
That's it. Yeah, de Donker are going to defend here, despite being very shallow.
So let's defend.
Potential donk. Damn.
The donk for the donka. Your dry flop here, deuce 3-7, couple hearts. But
Yeah, it would be a
nice
very
flop
bad
overall.
donk, but I still wanted to see it.
Well, how about on this turn card, the king of hearts rolling off, and you have the queen of hearts in hand. You type a donk in your lead there.
Yeah, it's a very tough card to play because in theory, imposition should bet it a lot after you check. So check shoving makes a lot of sense. Check calling is... I don't like check call. I think check shove if you think your opponent's going to bet it a lot. If your opponent's just like always got ace high and always going to check down and try and show down his ace high, then you should just bet turn and shove river yourself. If you're checking, it's because you think your opponent's going to bet, Jack 10 that he check back flop, like Jack 10 of clubs or something, or whatever. Jack 10 off with a heart, he might check back flop and then bet turn. And against that, you just have to check shove. Like check calling, you're just letting him win way too often.
Right, that's exactly what we witnessed there. Is the king paired on river is checked through, allowing the ace high to take down the pot. And that's why at day's end, just pure aggression is going to win in poker, because you give yourself an additional opportunity to win the pot when you don't have the best hand. From the chip leader here, sitting on still north of 100 big blinds. Looks like Peralta is once again going to open up with the king queen. The queen here is with the ace-5 offsuit, which is kind of that holy trinity of everything solver approved in this world. So it depends on what he believes of it, how he'll proceed.
I think that's more true for ace-5 suited. Ace-5 offsuit in this spot should be a pure fold, I think. Having cutoff versus hijacks just would be too loose to 3-bet there.
That's fair. Sometimes you just see the ace-5 and suits, you're supposed to wait for them, but it's a little bit hard. It's like waiting for suited aces.
Suits only give you, 5% extra equity? Who cares?
What's that amongst friends? I force suited here on the button fold up from Diego. This leads us to an all-in from Trevidi for the 20 big blinds remaining in Ricardo's stack, applying all the pressure. I'm just wanting to play for the lot. So we are down to 25 players. Each player is guaranteed $1,980 as of right now, plus the bounties in which they collect. And the next pay jump comes with 20 players remain, where they'll all be guaranteed $2,330 plus those bounties, which we've talked about them before, but they can be quite significant in this size of a tournament. his jack off all in early position for sub 10 big blinds, about 7.5 big blinds here.
Yeah, 7.5 should, like, suited almost connector should be good enough.
And good enough for Peralta to call from the big blind. We'll need to hit either running card for a straight or a 5 or an 8 to knock out Dodonka.
I gotta be honest, I'm rooting for Dodonka.
We do hope Dodonka will stick around for a while yet. Beautiful last name. And here we go to turn King of Spades, followed by Queen of Diamonds on the river. Your wish comes true. It's Christmas come early, Jack. As Dodonka finds a double up.
Many more donks to come.
And the blinds are also up here about 2 hands ago to 200,000, 400,000. Blessing the stacks even more for the remaining players.
Yeah, blinds are getting up there
Aces.
now. Getting some short
Yeah,
stacks.
it seems to go slowly for quite some time, and then just all at once it picks up speed, and we go full steam ahead. Kings here in the big blind for Karim against the ace-8 offsuit for Ricardo. 2 aces dead.
Yeah, I think I would have liked a flat there. Just this shallow, I think it's worth the risk to try and get a little more money from a C-bet or whatever.
And it does appear that we have a consolidation now of tables. 3 tables of 7 left, giving us 21 players. And with 21, they're all on a money bubble, guaranteed 1980. Next place is 2,330. So an extra third of a buy-in in the pocket with 1 more player eliminated. And Rue Martins here has really been cleaning up while we haven't had eyes on him. Up to almost 60 million chips, 150 big blinds. But that being said, handicapped by the 2 players directly on his left, Jack, who still have 100 big blinds apiece.
Yeah, this is a pretty stacked table again, or at least stacked three people in a row.
It's an interesting one when you're in Steven's shoes. He's sitting here with 65 big blinds, which is pretty healthy for this stage of a tournament, and you're sitting in 4th place at the table. Not exactly where you expect to find yourself.
Yeah, but still comfortable, 65 big blinds.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a tight fold though. King 9 suited under the gun. I'm gonna have to check that one out in the solvers. Don't think I would ever fold that hand.
Is it a product of those stack sizes that we were talking about previously, with the 3 larger stacks at the table that can be applying pressure to you?
Certainly possible. Yeah, it would have to be something like that. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the big blind having 20 bigs or whatever. Good solid hand that can, win a stack off him. I mean, sure, you can't call a 3-bet from against most positions, but that's fine.
Well, Steven was one of the few players not to go to the flop here, as we have a 4-way affair. Rue Martins being the original opener. It's trip aces. And not too much to speak of for any of the other players. Dimov has Broadway draw on button. Checks through to a turn, providing a 6 of spade for Elio, who is drawing dead. Imagine Rui here is going to make a bet, probably about third sizing. Exactly what he goes with, 1/3. Looks like it'll be getting through everyone. Elio here from the big blind. Does find the fold.
Yeah, it should be a clear fold 4 ways. It's just going to be behind too often. Drawing dead quite often.
You know what hand also would have been drawing dead? And that King-9 clubs that you fell in love with under the gun.
I imagine that Ace-9 would have folded.
That's some optimism. I like it. You're like, I would have been dead, but he would have folded. So no worries. Just never would have been in that situation to begin with. I like it. That's fair. Ace-9 offsuit wouldn't have been in there against an undergun raise, most likely. And Peralta here is going to open up on the button with the Queen-Jack offsuit. I imagine Elio is shoving from the small blind with the Ace-9 off. White off, and
should be an easy shove, yeah.
Let's find the all-in button. This is where knowing those bounties would really be helpful, but Peralta knows them and thinks it's not worth it to make the call. We jack offsuit. And 9 suited here for Dimov. The hijack. So we've been on stream now, myself and Jack Sinclair here for Party Poker Millions Online event number 8 for about 2.5 hours today. We started with 65 players, down to 21 right now. So we've dropped 2/3 of the remaining field, and I believe we've only seen one elimination of those 44 players since we've been streaming today.
Yeah, it's quite sick actually. Still plenty of time. Nice flop for Ricardo here. And Ogden got a barreling hand, for sure, on a lot of turns.
Yeah, this is definitely one that he's going to continue on this flop. And as you said, there's going to be a whole lot of turns that he continues with the possibility of just going for a 3-barrel. But Ricardo doesn't allow it to happen. Just goes with a check raise here. A relatively dry King 8-3 board. Oh, baby doll, Jack Sinclair. How do you like it?
Well, we'll see how much he likes the 3 of diamonds river. Oh, he just puts it in.
Ricardo is not going to go anywhere
Power
here.
poker.
Going to call and find himself a massive 27 million chip pot. Ricardo needs to avoid the flush and straight flush draw even of Dimov. Here on the river, 3 of hearts. You had it halfway correct, Jack. Was not the 3 of diamonds, 3 of hearts, providing our second elimination of the day that we've witnessed, with Ricardo going out in 21st place.
Well, red 3, you know, same.
Same. Dimov and Ricardo would both disagree. Same, but very different. And with that, Dimov has secured him very well in second place, right behind Reed Martins, with 55 million in chips. So there are now 19 players remaining. Coming in today, we had 65 when we started the stream. 19 people left. $2,330 secured so far, alongside whatever bounties they've been able to take home. But all of them really have their eyes what board texture this one is for Peralta. Gut shot straight draw alongside a flush draw. The last thing Steven thinks would be a 4 on the turn. Thankfully for his sake, it's not to be.
Yeah, nothing to do besides fold here, I guess. I mean, the overbet, it's always a bluff, but got to dodge a lot of cards with 4s there.
The overbet is always a bluff there, yeah. Pocket jacks here. And a king-queen suited in the big blind. Don't imagine Steven's gonna come in here with the ace-3 offsuit on the button. Does find the fold. Peralta has dead jacks here, meaning that Elio Fox alongside Lufberg here have the remaining ones, so any king or queen is just kind of going to lock this story up for Rui. But instead, we have a very innocuous 8-8-4 board texture. Nothing really to speak of for either of these players, as Peralta is left with an over. Queen of spades on turn, Jack. Just here's the deal for Rui.
Easy peasy.
Peralta is just content to check it back on the turn once again.
Yeah, nice sizing from Rui. Check down line, got to polarize.
Yeah, get some great value there with a 1.5 times hot on the river. Very nice stuff there from Rui. So 19 players left. We are going to be doing a final table. 7 players is the official final table. So just 12 more to go. We are playing down to a winner tonight in event number 8, 7 Max PKO Party Poker Millions online event. And we are going to be hosting these all the way up until the finale on September 27th. That's going to be a live stream of the main event, final day. And that main event is a $3,200 buy-in. Ace 10 here against the pocket 8s. Top pair versus mid set. Only saving grace really for Dimov. It's kind of that wet, connected board texture, 7, 8, 10, couple spades. So maybe able to avoid getting in too much trouble with this top pair. But I say that as Dimov finds a check raise from 675 up to 2.2 million. Steven continues with a call. Board remains the same, 4 clubs.
Yeah, double flush draw now. I think Steven is going to be pretty tempted to shove. But no, it does continue the slow play. Oh, interesting.
Dimov now checks it on over. Steven goes with a slight overbet to jam all in here. Nice fold there.
Yeah, that's a tough fold for sure. I think with 2 flush draws breaking, and yeah, Steven could just have like ace 9, which is an open ender. He has to probably call flop and turn. Probably gonna jam river. So yeah, I'm a little surprised at how fast he
take a live final table coming up soon, and you wear a superhero outfit, get the cape, get your superhero calls on. It seems like you're always like, well, he got the ace 9, maybe the 8-3 offsuit here. We gotta give a call, see what he's got. Pocket 5's folding there for Steven. Interesting. We're left with the ace of clubs suited versus a king of clubs suited. So 3 clubs here would be absolutely nasty, and we're met with 2 of them on the flop jack.
This could be exciting. Again, not entirely sure why Steven folded 5s here. 60 big blinds, I think, would always open them.
And we're just going with the raising war that's breaking out.
Bet, raise, raise. Okay.
So now we have nut flush draw versus second nut flush draw. Third pair for Dimov versus bottom pair for Peralta. Checks through to a river, which is the 6 of clubs jack.
No.
Here we go. Let the fireworks continue. Dimov checks over the second nut flush, allowing Peralta to go with a 3/4 sizing on the river.
Ognian loving life. About to be hating life.
Peralta is...
Peralta with the slow roll?
I mean, hog heaven.
No.
Massive, massive, massive pot here. Heading Peralta's way. Nut flush versus second nut flush. 77 million in chips. As he's taking almost 200 big blinds home after this pot. It's always interesting when you see the hands pre-flop and you just think through. I articulated it of what would the worst case scenario be, and lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. And where he met with 3 clubs on board. And for Dimhoff, he is left kind of scratching his head, wondering if there's any way he could escape for less.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick cooler. I mean, I guess they didn't have to put in 3 bets on the flop, but I mean, whatever, it's going in.
Well, we're now met with a new chip leader. Before is Rui Martins at this table, I believe overall of the tournament. And we're instead sitting with Peralta here on almost 200 big blinds. Blinds are up, so 150 big blinds now. Either way, a massive stack coming on the heels of that cooler. So if you're sitting here in Peralta's shoes in the small blind pocket 4s, are you just going to jam it all in over Elio? Or are you going to limp, hoping to induce all in based off of the PKO perspective?
I think 4s are... I think 4s are so unhappy to see a flop normally, like when it goes limp check, that they are just okay to just shove and win the pot.
Yeah, I know in a normal tournament, there's no question about the 4s are an all-in easy jam there. Just didn't know if the PKO perspective changes things enough to warrant a trap with the 4s.
Yeah, I think you want to start trapping like maybe like 6s, maybe 5s if they're really short, if they have 10 bigs or so. But I think with that kind of SPR, I think 4s just go. You just want to shove.
So for everyone joining us as of late, we are bringing you all the action of the Party Poker Millions online event. Number 8 is the 7 Max PKO. I'm Nathan Gamble alongside Jack Sinclair, and we are playing down to a winner today. Currently 19 players remaining. And your chip leader of the tournament is here on the left-hand side of your screen in Eugenio Peralta with an ace-5 of hearts. Looks like this is a hand that will see some bloodshed. Elio Fox on the short stack is right behind with pocket 5s.
Yeah, Elio going to shove here, and I guess ace-5 calls. I mean, I don't know what the bounty is, but he's got enough chips to just flick it in.
Right, that's 16 big blinds from Elio on the button. Peralta here with over 150 big blinds. Can't imagine a world in which he finds a fold with the ace-5 of hearts. There's the call. 8 million apiece, 17.4 million out there as we head to a flop. Ace-5 of hearts against 2 black 5s. And no ace or hearts in sight, leaving Elio Fox with a nice little double up here to just over 34 big blinds. Don't feel too bad for Peralta though, still sitting on 69 million. I see a Snowball Nolan Hold'em out there in chat, alongside another gentleman's name who I recognize in I Hate Rivers. Welcome on in, boys and girls. Appreciate you being here today. And both of those two names I just mentioned are Party 8 winners. Snowball won the very first Party 8 I Hate Reverse won just the other night on the Game Night channel. Pretty cool stuff, as they'll both be competing for a free roll seat into the 5K UK Millions online package. 4 players can win that. So glad both of y'all not only won the seat, but you're sticking around, enjoying the fun, and joining us once again on PartyPoker TV. Really continuing a little bit weaker than I would expect. Just a non-nut gut shot alongside there being 3 diamonds on board. And Peralta is going to charge on the turn to a tune of 5 big blinds, which gets the job done.
Yeah, tough to continue with 10-9 there.
Well, we did lose our chip leader to an outer table, which leaves us 5-handed, and Stephen V here, sitting on 60 big blinds, pick up Ace-Jack offsuit against table captain Rui Martin's Ace-King from the small blind. So prep yourself, as I think we're going to see some 3-bets going in, and see how this one transpires.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'd
3
expect Steven to call here, but the way he's been playing, I don't know. I'm thinking he might fold. But no, it does
call. Feels like we've been seeing a lot of monotone flops lately. 3 to the same suit out there. We just had 3 diamonds literally last hand, 3 hearts now. Neither of these players is holding a heart in hand.
Steven with the float on the flop versus a very small c-bet. Quite like it. I guess he just thought his ace-jack had enough value based on the turn check. So he's just going to show it down, I guess. Might be a nice spot to like reopen the action now as a bluff. Now, it really seems like Rui also has ace high, but I guess you will win against ace 9 often enough to just check back.
Rui does take that one down. I mean, it's not an insignificant pot in a stretch where it's a 3-bet at this stage of the tournament. It was a 20 big blind pot, and Rui's picking up an additional 10 big blinds. Old phrase, rich get richer. Elliot just getting a walk here in the big blind. So with the consolidation down for this table to 5 players, we are at 6 apiece. I think that's going to make it that we are 17-handed, if I'm not mistaken. I imagine it's 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5. Something along those lines, maybe a little bit shorter actually. But we are getting down to the final table much more rapidly than you and I supposed from the beginning, Jack.
Yeah, it seems to have ramped up a bit. I guess they were playing slow at the start, and now the average stack is a bit shorter.
all in here for Dimov. Previously one of the largest stacks in a tournament until running the second nut flush into nut flush not too long ago.
Yeah, finds a good jam there. Ree's going to be opening very wide.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to even remember that Lofberg is here. We haven't seen anything out of Lofberg in recent memory. I don't even remember the last pot that he played while we've been watching. Let us know out there in chat how you're doing in that free roll. I see Mike Slater wondering how everyone's doing. We did have a $500 free roll starting at 10 o'clock EST for all of you Twitch watchers. So let us know how y'all are doing, how that's progressing, if anyone's making any money out there just joining us and watching this stream go on. Mike's saying he made the payouts. Congratulations. Wolfberg saw flop. Been a long time since that's happened, but does find a fold here.
Yeah, in fairness to Lofberg, I don't think he's had any good hands.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely not taking away from him when I say that. Ace Queen just jamming all in under a gun here for Dimov. Doesn't look like they will be met with a call. And Ace Queen here for Rui. Be interesting to see if he limps in against Dimov. Try to get him to shove all in and do a trap, or he'll just raise it up himself.
Yeah, so I mean at 22 big blinds, this hand I think I prefer to just raise, like 3 big blinds, something around that. Just because like with Ace Queen offsuit in particular, we don't mind making him fold 7-3 off. It's that kind of hand, you know. And also it's kind of asking a lot for him to shove 20 big blinds, and you kind of block the hands that do that. Like the hands that just open, like shove 20 bigs versus a limp are quite ace-x heavy. Or pairs, but like pairs just jam anyway if you make it 3x. So in general, I prefer raising Ace Queen off. Can limp Ace Queen suited, just with more playability post flop. But I could be wrong.
Now it's an interesting board texture as Jack 10-9 provides a flush draw for Dimov alongside a gut shot straight draw to Rui's open-ended straight draw. Yeah, I think if Dimov was slightly shorter, say in the 14-15 big blind range, it'd make more sense for Rui to be trapping. Dimov would be shoving there from the big blind more often. But with that 22 big blind stack, it does make sense to go ahead and raise it and try to induce him to shove for his whole stack.
Yeah, and just play a lower SPR post flop with 2 very high cards.
Well, instead, that did open the door to allow Dimov to take it to a post-flop war and successfully take it down against Rui's better hand. Let's see how people are doing out there in that free roll. Mike Slayer saying he's the free roll master. Snowball's still in, so Snowball's been winning everything left and right in these Twitch giveaways. Won the first NFT, the Party Ape, still in the free roll. Let's see, how about the rest of y'all out there? Y'all are still in the free roll. Let us know. We'd love to hear from you, see how people are doing, see who's going to be winning the money today. Pocket Queens for Elio Fox in the small blind. And I believe this is Lufberg's first real hand in quite some time, and is not going to be happy with how it turns out.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself for playing so loose.
5-handed King Jack, just find a fold. Hyper Poker is out of the free roll. Well, thanks for playing. Glad you joined us and glad you took a shot at it. Fox here from the small blind. And clicking it up from 2 big blinds to 5 big blinds. And Lufberg does find a call. He's just playing wild and loose out there, Jack.
Yeah, I think Elio's name kind of gets him that call. You know, like if it's just some random making it 5 big blinds out of the small blind of this SPR, you're just like, okay, nice, you have the nuts. I fold. But Elio Fox, well, he could have something that isn't Queen's Plus, and then you call because you're getting a great price. I don't know. I always feel like it's too obvious when I do that.
There's something about name recognition that gets you a little bit looser calls from time to time.
Yeah, although it doesn't seem to work for me. At least not pre-flop. I feel like, but maybe I don't have enough sample size. I should do it more often.
Ace 10 here for Rui under the gun. Most likely going to be taking it down against Lufberg in the big blind. Does do so. And with that hand, we are going to be going on break. But Jack, you are not returning with me afterwards. You're going to be going off to greener pastures. Am I correct on that?
Yes, thank you for having me, but my time has come.
Fair enough. Well, it's always a pleasure talking with you, chatting with you, and I look forward to seeing you around next time as you join us for future commentary.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show, and I'll see you next time.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for myself, for Jack Sinclair, and for Party Poker, we will be back here after a short 5-minute break, where I'm going to be joined by Melissa Schubert. So stick around for all the action shortly. So, David Berdez just left us shortly ago. He was fairly well decorated, had 140,000 live earnings, with his top place being here at Czech Republic for a World Series of Poker Circa event. Third place on a $200 event, taking 32,000. And he was 41st on Slovakia's all-time money list. Good game, Mr. Berdez. Appreciate you coming out and playing. Good run at it. The chip leader here picking up pocket jacks. Sometimes it doesn't even feel fair. See y'all out there asking about those party poker points. And for those of you that don't know, if you watch the stream, you acquire points. Ooh, real fast. We'll get back to those points as it's German on German. Oh, I apologize. I thought the 9-6 was shoving all in. In fact, it is Dimitros in the big blind with pocket queens going up against the chip leader's pocket jacks with a great chance to double up. 20 big blinds in the middle from each of these players, building a huge 2.7 million chip pot. Dimitros needing to hold, with Seb having live suits, which no longer matter. A 4-5 would be welcome for a chop. A little wheel action. That's not to be. Instead, we're looking for a jack on the river. Otherwise, Dimitros doubles up to near 40 big blinds. It's paint, but not the paint that Seb was looking for. 1.4 million for Dimitros is what he's adding to his stack as he doubles to 2.7 million. $130 tournament. So that is a very, very healthy first place for such a small buy-in.
Nice. Good luck to whoever wins it.
Well, they're
Chat,
already
who do you
within
guys
the top
like,
5%.
I know chat has their favorites. Who do you guys like? Who do you guys want to win the Czech Republic Championship? I know you guys have your favorites. Type it in the chat, guys.
How many of these players do you think will make the final table? That's the real question. 0 through... we lost one player, so we're at 8. Yeah.
At this table? Let's see. Well, I gotta go with the mayor, the rapper. Like,
okay, Mr. Dimitros.
He's got to go. He's got to go in there. I mean, like, he's badass. He's got one name.
I like it. So you got one. Do we have anyone else? Well, that was a beautiful. Did you see how our dealer just turned that 6 of spades? It was a very beautiful little flip there. I like it. Sorry, sometimes you notice the card mechanics.
Yeah.
After playing long enough.
They train these people very well. Let's see.
I don't know if that's training. It's just perfection.
Let's see. What about the? I guess we should root for the lone United States player at the table. I mean, our fellow American. We root for him. Okay. So you're going with 2 players so far. 2 out of 8 with 102 people left. So 25% of this table makes it? Yeah, why not? Why not? Well, Borbag agrees with you. The Rappin' Mayor for the final table. Yeah, there you go. That's right, Borbag. We're going with the Rapping Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the Party Poker Millions event number 8. It's a 7 max PKO. I'm Nathan Gamble, joined by Melissa Schubert. Welcome on in, Melissa.
Hello, how's it going?
We're doing good. We start with 65 players today, and when we left on break, we were down to 18 players. Playing down to a winner today.
I saw our man Elio Fox is in the mix yet again.
Yeah, he put out a specific request for some new nail polish. I hope he delivered today.
I did actually. I need to get them done. They're a little grown out. I'll make sure to get his favorite color for next time.
Well, hopefully these cameras are only one way. They can see you, so don't hold up the nail polish too often. But yeah, we have Elio out there. Sammy Caliporo, obviously Lars Luzak from back in the day. Jans Arens. We definitely have some names going into this event, as it was a $1,050 event, so no slouches on this table. Yeah, a lot of love in chat for Melissa out there.
Hello. Nice to be back. I have to say, the Party Poker chat is one of my favorite chats in terms of live stream chats. Of course, I'm biased to the podcast chat, but Party Poker chat is always so kind. I think it might be that there's a good amount of non-Americans, non-US people.
Is that your audience, the ones that don't actually understand what you're saying? No one speaks English. They're like, this girl, I like her.
Well, you know, we tend to be a little crass in the US. It's just there's not as many manners going on. People are very warm and welcoming. It's always a nice vibe in the Party Poker chat.
Sammy Caliporo here at Pock Ace is 3-betting out of the small blinds. Imagine this will end it, and it does against Jans. Yeah, we have a Canadian out there. I know we always have some New Zealanders in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Both countries are known for their warm, friendly people. What's your heritage? I know you have you're part Japanese. Is that correct?
I am half Japanese, and then I'm half white, but my dad was like very Australian. So
okay.
Culturally, like half of my family is Australian. So that's sort of, people say that's where I probably got my humor from. Love the Aussies. I'm gonna have to take a trip over there at some point. Maybe Aussie Millions will come back.
I went to Aussie Millions right before it shut down, obviously with COVID. I think it was 2019, so the year before. It really is one of the best places to travel to for poker. There's no question about it.
Really? Is it mostly Australians there, or?
There's a lot of regulars, Australian players, regulars to Crown Casino, alongside, just a lot of Americans, I guess, would make up the rest of the contingent. There's a group of Japanese players that were traveling around at that point in time in 2019 together, about 4 or 5 of them, that came out to Las Vegas together, and they would just sit at the table. I mean, until they're falling asleep, they'd play anywhere from 18 to 22 hours every day for about 3 months straight. And when we went to Australia, they went out there as well, and they were doing the exact same thing.
Amazing. We do have a 3-bet jam going on here from the small blind. Ace Jack offsuit.
Yeah, I imagine Peralta is going to find the call here off of this stack size.
Yep.
Just put it in. So classic
flip. And that'll be it for Mr. Barbosa, taking 5th place.
16th place. Still got a little ways to go before that.
We're not at a final table. My mistake. 16th place. I was like, wow, you guys really did some work today, huh?
We did drop down from 65 to the 16, now 15 remaining. So we dropped off 50 players in just over 3 hours. They definitely were going at a pretty fast clip.
Yep, these bounty tournaments.
Now
Got
this
Yawns in
table
the mix.
is not going to be too many more knockouts, I imagine. I mean, we're looking at the short stack of 50 big blinds.
Mm-hmm. Pro Like Yo is asking when the Shisha Lover Boy will be back. Well, he has been he's been in Cyprus doing the big boy commentary, but we will be back for the Millions UK, and I'm gonna have to get him to do some Shisha advertising. Unfortunately, no.
Commercial, yeah.
Unfortunately, no. No replays of the famous Shisha commercial this stream.
Were you actually sending him all the commercials last time so you can put it in his portfolio? It is.
I was taking screenshots. I was taking screenshots and sending them to him. He was not pleased.
There's no wonder he left us all alone and is going off to do Triton right now.
I don't blame him. It looked beautiful.
No real hands of note here, so it kind of comes down to whoever wants it more. It just looks like it's going to be Yawns from the button. Yeah, most of the big names for the live world are out there Triton right now, but we have a lot of really large names still sitting at home playing the Party Poker Millions online. You know, in front of us we have Sammy Calaporo, Jans Arends, Elio Fox is hopefully out there still, just for you, Melissa.
Yes. Kind of nice for them. They don't have to have those people in the field. All of those super high rollers.
Pocket nines here against a Queen Jack suited.
I think we could see a flat or a 3-bet.
Not exactly.
We're pretty deep at this table.
For. Oh yeah. Jans is our short stack, and he just chipped up to 60 big blinds. So I don't imagine we'll be seeing any eliminations anytime soon.
Is this... Did they just rebalance tables, or...?
Right, so that means we just dropped... It's a 7-handed affair, so we just dropped down to 14 players. 2 tables to 7. And your main man there, Elio Fox, sitting on the right-hand side of the table.
Great player. I mean, these online events are nice to commentate for, because I feel like there's a lot of learning opportunity. These are some of the more skilled players in the world.
Yeah, before I started doing commentary, I was kind of ignorant to just how often the best players in the world were making deep runs at it time after time after time. And then when you get this opportunity to do it for the Millions online, you just really see how long they're going day after day.
Right, especially given the field sizes.
Right. This is a 2-day event. It had over 470 players, and we're transitioning tables here. So 5-handed here. Short stack being Fausto Tantamillo with about 13 big blinds, which is really important when we're talking about these PKO events, Melissa.
Mm-hmm.
Back to it again. Did you ever watch The Office?
Of course. Huge Office fan.
Snip, snap, snip, snap, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know which ways to go. Like, that's how we're going. The table's right here.
They're keeping us on our toes.
It's free bet with pocket eights here from Elio Fox against the ace deuce of clubs with Steven.
Keeping that pressure on. My, how the turntables.
Are you superstitious?
A little stitious.
Sounds like Mike Slayer is a large fan of it. We also had a $500 free roll tournament today that we put on at 10 o'clock EST. Mike was out there. He cashed it. Snowball is, well, it looks like he just busted not too long ago. But
very nice.
We're doing some giveaways with our chat earlier.
Opening the button, the Queen 8 offsuit from Mr. Fox, the fantastic Mr. Fox.
Foxy Fox. Yeah, this table's still relatively deep.
That is correct. Pappy asking
Japanese,
if I am part Australian. I am. My dad is from Australia. Oh, Mr. Kilbane himself. Henry, we were just talking about I actually recognize your name. You were in a famous commercial for Shisha. Is that right?
I mean, it shows time after time. Every single day. Two of the sexiest people I know, and that's coming from a man with a British accent.
It's a big compliment. Henry over across the pond, killing it with the commentary. They have you working back to back to back. I'll see myself out. You're a celebrity. I mean, you are the face of King's Casino Shisha Bar.
I wasn't there, but Melissa let me know just how it went for you that day, how you just couldn't get enough of the flavors of shisha and just kept requesting more and more and more. I'm glad it worked out. Don't let it go to your head too much. Let's see here. We keep switching back table to table right now.
Mm-hmm.
As Henry's trying to take away and distract from the action out there, saying hello to all chat. Giving a wave. I think if I remember correctly,
about him.
Yeah, the 200K event just ended, so Henry just is a little bit bored, doesn't know what to do with himself in a beautiful Cyprus Let's make sure we're all doing okay.
Yeah. Thank you for spending your free time in Cyprus, joining us for this Party Poker Millions Online final day of the 7 Max PKO. I know that the entire time you were thinking, I wonder what's going on in that 7 Max PKO. Well, you're finally here.
We've been waiting with bated breath for a long, long time now. And the club's on the turn is a good one for Dodonker, which is also, funnily enough, Henry Philpaine's name. Oh, it's called showing support, right? We're supporting you, supporting us, Henry, with love.
Yes. Yeah, nice turn. Bringing the flush draw along with his gut shot.
Yeah. Well, Henry, you could just give us a call.
Yeah.
Make it personal.
Give us a call, Henry.
I'll talk to you. It's been a long time. Actually, Henry is supposed to, we were supposed to have lunch together, grab dinner before he left and head over there, and said he ghosted me. I saw on Instagram that he was on a plane head to Cyprus. I said, oh, well then. Guess I know where my friendship stands, but no harm, no foul. Not hurt at all. Rest from the shisha royalties.
Yeah.
No worries, I'm going to go cry now, Melissa. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I may have stolen him for some, we were watching the Manti Teo documentary.
I haven't seen that. How was it?
Crazy one, by the way. It was very good. Well, I wouldn't say very good. Actually, the one we watched after that was better. It was called I Killed My Father. But that's just my taste.
Is that another documentary?
It is, yeah. It's about a kid who killed his father. But he had a reason.
I figured out by the name. It wasn't actually
Yeah.
too crazy of a fool there.
We've got a short stack situation here. Happy 420, everyone says.
That sounds like a Happy Van Winkle out there.
Yep. Good read.
Henry's saying you baited him with edibles and Netflix. And then we go into
I tend to do that,
I
yeah.
don't know what's happening. Escalate so quickly.
Mike Slayer doubled 300K. Ace King wins versus 8-8. Snowmen.
Fun little one here as Dodonker is just barreling off against Dimov's 6 high. Try for the gutty. Don't imagine he's going to find a continuation on the 2 of diamonds.
Just repping that ace.
So, for those of you redeeming your Party Poker points, the channel points here, make sure you also include your mother's maiden name, your credit card info, and the password for most of your secure account info. So Lisa and I can personally put it in your account.
Right, your bank email and password.
Yeah, we need a lot of information. But don't worry, the channel points are free.
Free asterisk.
After retribution.
King 9 of spades. Gonna be good enough for an all-in here from the cutoff. And pocket deuces with a decision. Gonna rejam, isolate that jam. I don't know what the bounties are, but there are bounties. You better believe it.
Yeah. And by rejamming here, it really is saying that's a pretty healthy bounty to play for. I don't imagine they'd be doing it otherwise. So pocket deuces need to hold to get the elimination. So far, so good.
Oh, what a
Three of
turn,
hearts
though.
on the river does not complete the straight flush or pair for Fasta Detalio. So exiting 14th place is Dimoff. Likes a nice little bounty there.
GG. Oh, we got some hands here. Nino with the pocket kings. Queen jack offsuit on the button.
Let's not skip over the deuce 4 offsuit of Donker here.
Oh, of course, of course.
We got potential. Somehow lays it down,
I
though.
wonder if we see a 3-bet here.
So let's see. We're currently 13-handed. One table 6, one table 7. Obviously, we have the 6-handed table up and going right now, which is nice for a little bit more action.
Henry, yeah, snag us some merch while you're over there. Ace
Snag us a
magnets,
jungle,
am I
man.
right?
Just bring jungle back over here. That's all we need from Cyprus. Ace magnets indeed, and the last thing that Nino actually wants is a king that he so desperately thinks he needs.
Mm-hmm. But from a spectator standpoint, we wouldn't hate to see it.
Might be in. Instead, Nino checks on over after 4 hearts. Is met by very healthy 2/3 sizing from Dimoff here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 4 unlikely to interact with Nino's range, and it works. Folding the pocket kings. Mike Slayer says, yes, that king's merchandise is cool. We have just made Henry's star appearance in the Shisha commercial just the furniture of this online series.
We get some patches, like get handmade, one-of-a-kind patches, where it's just Henry with the hookah smoking it up. I think we need to rock those on stream coming up.
At the very least, we could get stickers, I think.
Oh yeah, easy. Henry, we missed you if you can't tell.
Yep. We talk about you for most of it. Endearingly, of course. You are very missed in the Party Poker commentary streets.
Oh, we have a flip over to a new table here.
All right.
It's an undergun raise by Jans, met by an all-in with the pocket tens on dry, and Sammy Caliporo now all in over the top with pocket queens. So we came in just in time for the bloodshed.
Yep, Jans is gonna be able to get out of there.
So, pocket tens here, 1 diamond, 1 club, nothing to speak of on the flop, nothing on the turn, and Sammy Caliporo is going to get that knockout on the river with pocket queens. And
Big
good
pot.
game, Andra. That chips him up to 80 million now, which looks tied for first place with Peralta in the bottom left of our screen. So that takes us down to 6 players. or I apologize, 12 players, 6 players on 2 tables.
Next payout, $2,835 plus bounties. This is actually in dollars. When I was commentating for the live millions, I kept saying, as a typical US American, kept saying dollars instead of euros, even though they're pretty much 1-to-1 now.
Yeah, nowadays we can definitely just label them the same.
Yeah.
2,835 currencies.
Mm-hmm.
Coins, bills. I feel like when we were younger, it was definitely a 2, sometimes even, I want to say 3-to-1 ratio is not in America's favor. Henry, while you're still with us, I know you have to leave soon, get some sleep over there early in the morning, but how much does a can of shisha cost in Cyprus, dollars or euros?
Yeah, hopefully that habit isn't burning a hole in your pockets too much. Oh, just a nut flush for Sammy here.
Yeah, he's
not gonna
burning
get
up the
much out of
tables
it.
right now.
Yep. When you're hot, you're hot.
Chunky
Goes
bet
with a little
here.
Quarter pot action. Oh,
Ooh.
2 pair on a 4 flush board. Sammy with the nuts still.
We've seen stranger hero calls go all the way down, so will be interesting. That's a very chunky bet, though. 2/3
Yeah.
sizing. Or 80% pot? Yeah, 80% on the turn.
Wow. It's actually gonna be a sizable pot going his way here. Whether he gets a 3rd street is the question. Big pot size bet. Polarizing this. 4 flush boards are bluffed often and gets the fold.
Yeah, that's 6 of hearts. Just 1 lower. Nice little 5 of hearts on river. Entirely different story, but instead, very healthy pot there for Sammy Caliporo, formerly known as Lars Luzak Online. Longtime online crusher. We have some potential here with this hand makeups. Ace-Jack offsuit, Jack-10 suited. A little bit of this, a little bit of that for pretty much the 3 remaining best-known players at this particular table.
Yep. Elio gonna just flat the under the gun open. Jan's flicking in the call on the button, a hand that plays well post-flop. A whole lot of nothing for everyone.
I always wonder about this in Sammy's shoes. You know, you opened under a gun, you're going to have a large amount of overcards, but you also get to have all of the overpairs in there.
Right.
However, obviously, Jans gets to have the deuces, 4s, and 6s. Elio has 6s. I don't know if he gets to have 4s in his range, though.
Yeah, unlikely. Probably want to check that a lot multi-way, but maybe not as much heads up.
Looks like it will get checked through to the river. King of spades nailing Sammy.
And Opts for the check. Wonder if Yawns does anything but check here. I mean, it's been checked down. Nope. Yeah, the king, I guess, is just not a great card for his range to bluff on. He will have some suited stuff, but no blockers.
Right. And nice little pickup there for Sammy. I mean, you think about even a small little raise and take it, it's a job done.
Oh yeah, I mean,
4 million.
I often find myself forgetting how much things add up, just the small, even just taking a pot down pre-flop. 2.5 big blinds at a time will definitely add up. And if you are close to chip lead and it can separate you from the rest of the field, especially in a bounty tournament, that's pretty huge leading up to the final table.
Yeah, we're looking at the chip leader here having about 130 big blinds. You think about if the chip leader has 130 big blinds, how often do you have to pick up 2.5 big blinds to really put yourself into, you know, the top 5 in chips? And it definitely adds up very quickly. King queen off here for Peralta on the button.
Yep. Imagine we'll see an open and a defend from the ace-6 offsuit in the big blind. Won't discount the 9 deuce off.
Never. Stephen's a crafty one out there. Looks like blinds just went up to 400, 800,000.
Mm-hmm.
Does put some even more increasing pressure on the short stacks of Steven alongside some of the other players we've seen out there on the outer table.
Got queen 10, jack, queen jack 10, all hearts. Big blind with the only heart in the equation. Imagine he will call this.
Let's continue. It's not a spot that you're in love with. You just realize that probably have the right amount of equity, 20 to 30%.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check it back. And what a spicy river card.
Yeah. The 4-liner out there. See if he can get value. Go for about half pot. A little more. Does get that river value after going bet check bet.
Like, I don't really blame Trafiti there for calling. You know, it's a spot that's going to get bluffed quite a bit. You have top pair, you have an opportunity to call it off and be correct a decent percentage of the time. So,
right. Ace king of clubs for yawns.
You know, we've kind of made some jokes about the 9 deuce and the deuce 4s, but Stephen really was thinking about jamming there with 6-4 hearts. Just wonder if he'd be able to get through and pick up some much needed chips as he's sitting on around 18 to 19 big blinds. man, the myth, the legend himself, Fancy Fox. Flopping top
Flopping
pair with the 10-7
top
offsuit.
pair. Not bad. Backdoor clubs for yawns. Backdoor straight too.
Call.
It's a card we'll sometimes see some leads from the big blind there versus under the gun.
Jans does continue. Whiffs the river.
Just a little bit over 1 SPR.
It's too much showdown value to turn it into a bluff
Yeah.
here for Jans.
Yeah, Elio can still have some 4-5 type hands, some missed spades.
Peralta sitting on 100 big blinds still. Second chips at this table, and there's definitely a clear who has it, who doesn't have it at this table between Peralta and Sammy Calipuro, and then the divide to the rest of the table.
Take it down pre. Wonder how the other table's doing. It's been quiet over there. I'm scared.
Yeah, we're going to be held at this kind of 12 person for a while by the looks of things, because even our short stack here has about 15 big blinds. So imagine we'll be sitting here on this final table bubble for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Sammy could be getting out of line here quite a bit, trying to just pick up chips any given hands, but does have some real hands as of late. Queen offsuit. Seven appealing to the duty 9 on the board.
Swapping the gut shot.
Rather my dog think that's the most exciting board texture of all the way. This is one like
Another good card for his range.
I wouldn't have hated for Peralta to check raise on that board.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well, but I think that he's also probably incentivized to not play huge pots with this chip leader.
Right.
Interesting lead here on the ace river, bringing in backdoor flush with the 7 of spades blocker, and gets it done. Kind of an unintuitive card to bluff on with the ace coming on the river, but he does have more suited hands as well. So 500K prize pool. First will be $35,498 plus bounties.
Yeah, I'm predicting it's about 70 to 80,000 for first place. What sounds right in my head?
Yeah, usually about 2x, I guess.
Yeah, we've definitely been stuck on 12 players now for a minute, but lines will be escalating. They go up every 18 minutes. With every escalation, there's a shorter and shorter stacks that are being produced. Deuces here for Elio, six-handed. We were talking about them earlier when Jack was here. Definitely seems the trend is to lean more towards a fold in the vast majority of positions.
Mm-hmm.
This is Elio Fox. Elio does what Elio does.
Elio, he's not going to fold the deuces. He's going to turn it
Never.
into a bluff.
Well, we are going to get a call here from Peralta on the button with the ace-queen offsuit alongside Sammy Cataporo in the big blind with the king-8 offsuit.
Mm-hmm. Top pair for Peralta here. Multi-way deuces becomes a bit of a less desirable bluff. And not the best board for his range either. But it's Elio Fox. You never know.
We've seen some check raises in spots we just figured he'd give it up. Probably should be giving it up after the queen of spades comes on the turn. He may not know that. We'll find out together.
Right. I mean, in his eyes, must be thinking makes his opponent less likely to have a queen himself. Just going for the fold, a wise decision.
Yeah, I think the bet sizing there from Peralta kind of lended itself to finding a fold rather easily. Maybe if it had been a smaller bet sizing, it got tricky.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you'll see more of a like half pot type size there.
Mid double gutted connectors here. 10-8 suited versus Jack 7 suited. Double gappers.
Type of hand that could handle a limp calling a raise.
Yeah, there's a lot of interaction between them. I was hoping for a little bit more fun flop than the 9-3-4.
Yeah.
Oops. So every round is costing these players 1.8 million, and have an interesting one on the horizon here as the button is going to open Sammy Calpor with the ace jack off, and Elio Fox is not going far with the ace 5 suited. Fully expect to see him 3-bet here out the big blind.
Yep. And it's also a hand that will 3-bet 5-bet fairly often.
And here we go. 1.8 million. So let's see, Elio's sitting here on 30 big blinds. The question is, how much maneuverability can he get away with?
Right.
Let's just call it.
Call.
If we were sitting here with some 80 to 100 big blind stacks, we'd see a lot more action going on between
Right.
Elio Fox's holding, but I think it's just
the bounty also.
Yeah. Right.
It's another pot, pretty much exactly tied for chip lead, Sammy and Eugenio Peralta.
And if I remember correctly, Peralta got the vast majority of his chips in a all-in 200 big blind cooler when he nailed the ace-high flush against the opponent's king-high flush.
Wow.
Small blind versus big blind.
Love being on the right side of those ones.
It hasn't done too much since then, but really don't need to when you got that going for you.
Right. You can just sort of maintain, and you're doing pretty well.
Jack 7 will be a defend here from the big blind.
King Queen 9 two-tone. Good board for Sammy to c-bet.
Let's go with
Keeping a c-bet size is pretty consistent. Been seeing that size from him pretty often.
Not getting a whole lot of clashes at hand, which is keeping us well within that 12-player range, but we're going to need to drop quite a bit more all the way down to 7 for the official final table.
Mm-hmm.
So a long way to go before we hit it.
Possibly. I mean, you never know. Sometimes you see some wild collisions, and it's usually right when we say something like that.
That's what I'm trying for. I'm trying to induce
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Sharp.
Can't just let them get away with playing forever, you know?
Right. Ooh.
Well,
A little
here
something
we
for everyone
go.
here.
Spades versus spades, with Peralta also having that gut shot.
Yeah, when I'm Peralta, I'm just drooling at this flop, but unfortunately his flush draw is going to be no good here. Does still have the gut shot.
Has a gut shot, has the 6-9.
Maybe a check here.
You just a check all in jam. Let's get it in. Let's go.
Oh, a big size here. Gonna rep the straight. And
Whoa.
it's going to be a triple barrel, and it's gonna work.
Does he continue betting
Oh,
when
wait,
he
he
pairs a 9?
the 9.
River?
I just saw he rivered the 9, so we'll go check. Nice. Love to back pair there. I was gonna say, if no pair, we will see a triple successfully pulled off.
If pair, no bet. If no pair, then bet.
Yes.
Pretty easy formula. And
No
here's
hand
one
check
that has
to?
potential. Steven in the big blind pocket 4s You have the 9-10 suited alongside the King Jack, both in the big stack. So pretty good chance here of saving it all in from Steven with a call.
Right. Yeah, imagine we'll see a flat. And it is a nice spot for Steven to jam. Oh. Just gonna see the flop. Middle pair for Sammy, giving him the best hand here.
And Peralta kind of has exactly what you imagine the small blind's going to have in most of these spots, where it's those almost mid to high connected cards, Queen Jack, King Jack's been suited in there. So
Yep.
exactly where his range is supposed to be.
Have some suited ace-x, some pairs. Flush draw coming on the turn for Sammy. And pretty nice river when you have the 10. Make it less likely for your opponent to have the ace.
Yeah, it looks like Peralta realizes that, doesn't think he's going to get their hand to fold, so he's just going to try to get a little bit of showdown value from his King Jack. Instead, Sammy is now chipping up over 100 million. First player to do so on our watch.
Yeah. Pretty big separation from the shortest to the largest stack, and they, unless there is a shorter stack on the other table, they are seated next to each other.
Yeah, obviously it's Steven here with just about 10 big blinds and Jans with 15 big blinds. Elio just not deep enough to really do his normal stuff, kind of waiting out.
Yeah. He's got modes.
Story checks out.
Top pair for how do we say this? Trevidi. Trevidi sounds right.
Ooh, we could call him just ET.
Ooh.
And what
Trip
a
6 is on the
for
turn
Sammy.
here. Gonna go with the little overbet lead. Oh wow.
Diamonds on the river.
I mean, I imagine this.
He's not going for full value here. He's not trying to get the knockout, so instead he finds the call.
Yeah. Some nice value there. Like his turn lead size a lot.
Well, that leaves us with 12 players remaining. We know we have 3 short stacks at our feature table. Not sure about the other feature table, but we are playing down to the final table. And from there, we're going for the winner today. So we'll see all of y'all back here shortly after a short 5-minute break. Cheers, everyone. It comes down to your opponent, how much they have behind as well. And also, we're not really at the stage right now of ICM being a real factor.
Okay.
We're not at the final table. It's not like there's significant pay jumps between everyone getting knocked out. So that's a very real consideration here. We like Lucas's chance. I'm not so sure now, as he's picking up kings under a gun versus the pocket aces of Seb Lins. What can you do, Grinder?
There's nothing you can do. Seb 2 is going to raise it up for sure. Seb 2 started with about 4.8. He already has 1.2 in the middle. Lucas is going to give him that. Oh, he's going to look at his shoes. Look at his aftershave.
Let's see. So it's 1.2, 6 big blinds. He wants him to call. He wants to play this hand. I'm going to say he's going to size it to about 2.5. 2.5 sounds right. 2.6, somewhere in that neighborhood. Be interesting to see where he lands. 2.5 is what it looks like. Maybe 3 million. I can't tell if there's 2 kinks or not.
I think you're spot on, man. It's
2.6.
You're spot on, man.
This is I'll tell you this. As you know, my primary game is mixed. I play PLO. I don't play a lot of Hold'em, but by watching streams like this, by watching high stakes poker, by watching party poker, by watching all of this, it really and thinking it through from that same angle, like, okay, if I got 3-bet here, how much do I 4-bet to? Will I call? Will I do this? And thinking through those exact numbers in your head of what you would do really is what helps you strengthen your game. Oh, what a window card.
Oh, wow.
We have a backdoor royal flush draw, but that's about it.
I think we saw a 10 throw in. Somebody mucked the 10 earlier, so.
Well, we now see that the 7 of spades ends everything. All hopes for Lucas, and that's a painful one to witness.
Yeah. Don't look now, but I think Seb 2 is our new chip leader, table chip leader.
I think David's a fun player to play with, and because there's certain players in any game that you're just saying, you know what, there's better action out there. So we're not going to be calling this one Seb. We're going to be calling him Sebastian as he flops a queen high flush draw in position against the under the gun raise of the chip leader, David Vesely. So this could be kind of an interesting pot here.
And the flush draw.
Obviously, neither of these players should have a 4 within their range, but there may be a couple pocket 6s in Sebastian's range. And I think we're going to see Vesely check here and consider a hero call if he's facing a bet on the river.
Was a check raise an option on the flop for Lens?
Vesely here, he loses to basically pocket 6s through 10s is what we're looking at. So he's up against some busted clubs. Okay, and he makes a determination. Enough's enough. Lays down the best hand. Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Party Poker Millions online event number 8. It's a 7 max PKO, and I'm joined once again by Melissa Schubert. How you doing, Melissa?
Doing well. Ready to see this final table as we come back to 12 remaining. Oh, did we lose someone?
Two players
Double
got
knockout.
knocked off. So down to 10 with the official final table at 7. We're coming back for some blood here. Ace 10 offsuit,
Yeah.
pocket
Oh my.
fives, and dim off here with pocket eights in the big blind.
I mean, for the double bounty, but yeah, gotta go for it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back.
I know. I think it's because you said, remember you were
Oh, I
you're
remember.
speaking it into existence.
And a dry board texture for the pocket eight bumps 2 players off. The Donker
Love to see
and
it.
Ullman out. And we're playing not too many more hands, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Dimoff shipping up to 112 million. Yeah. I guess they heard me, Melissa.
Yep. I mean, we lost 2 while we were coming back from the break, and then another 2 gone right after that. So we are, I think, on the direct final table bubble now. Or was that the 2? Nope. There was actually 4. That was like a very short span of time to lose 4 players.
Absolutely. Sammy here. Looks like Sammy was one of the players that knocked off potentially the other 2.
Mm-hmm. Blinds are also up. 500K, 1 million blinds.
So 120 million for Sammy. Rui Martin's here. Peralta. Jans Arins is obviously the short stack at this particular table. However, he has a wealth of experience at his disposal. Pocket nines for Peralta up against Rui's ace 9, well out in front. Rachel Muffin asking, how's this being dealt 3-handed? Well, as players get eliminated, that's just part of it all. As you got to deal however many players are left.
Yeah, 7 max, so a little bit non-standard.
This is a good ripper for Peralta. 6 doesn't
Yeah.
really rate to be in Rui's range. And then the ace actually play for Rui here a great majority of the time and could make the value bet. Instead, checks it back. So that other table did get balanced. They do have 4 players as well as the 4 players here. So 8 players in
4
total.
and 4 action.
Menage a moi.
Qua?
Sure. Yeah, menage a trois.
Next payout going to be worth $4,532 plus bounties. At this point in the tournament, they have accumulated a good amount of bounties each. I'm sure we will be able to see that once they get to the final table. So maybe you guys can do a little guessing game. Who do you think is going to have the biggest bounty at the final table?
It usually resides in one of the larger stacks.
Usually. But we have a few to choose from at this point.
Well, it's a fun little hand where we have pocket 10s versus pocket 10s.
Yep. 2 big stacks.
Probably going to turn to a game of chicken of who wants it more down the road.
There will be no flopped sets.
There better not be.
I hope not.
Tens versus 10s. Alright. Pretty favorable flop for the 10s here.
Yep. tens is looking like it's going to win this hand.
2 5s on board is another 10, right? That's how this works.
Ace on the turn. Yeah, that is technically a set for both. Check, check here, I'm guessing.
So
Maybe a block call or check, check.
I don't think Peralta has a lot of incentive to bet this.
Nah.
That's for stack preservation. And as you predicted, Melissa, the 10s do win.
You play that crap?
You too? Ooh,
Alright.
this one has some real danger lurking for Jans. As Sammy's going to be opening a lot of hands on the button. And I guess this is a game changer I didn't see is Rui, and there's the 7-8.
Mm-hmm. So
Definitely.
Jans will be spared.
Yeah. This was just an open on the button from Sammy versus a 3-bet. I imagine Jans would be shelving all in over the top. Instead, is able to fold with no additional pressure. It's the little things.
Yeah, there's a million ways to run good. Top pair and
Second play.
backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Rui. Going for the 1/3 c-bet size.
Beautiful turn.
Pretty
card
nice
here for Rui.
turn. Just about a 2-1 SPR here. See if Sammy decides to continue or not. Checking back. Inconsequential queen on the river. Block from Rui. Actually, I like this. Sort of uncomfortable to have to check and call off a big bet, bluff catching with the 8.
Yeah, so scoops up a very nice pot, and Jans is also out there not having met his demise on that hand.
Yep. Folding the ace-4 off on the button. Interesting.
It's just handicapped by his stack size. I wonder if at the other table there's a short stack that he's trying to wait out.
Yeah,
Doesn't want to
it must be.
So, bottom pair versus bottom pair here.
Ooh,
Ooh, there you go, Rui. 5 of hearts.
Rui with the nice turn, giving him bottom 2 pair. Very disguised one. Ooh, big bet here on the turn. Some draws out there. Hand definitely needs some protection.
Couple hands worthy of note here. Jans did fold the ace-4 off on the button, but goes ahead with the ace-7 off.
Mm-hmm.
Also with queen 8, which is playable. Sammy Oro in the big blind, king 10. So potential
I mean,
here
let's
to
not
see.
discount the 10-4 offsuit.
And 4, good buddy. Heard that. Are there like bad poker jokes and bad poker names for hands out there in the rest of the world that we're just wildly ignorant to?
Definitely. I've heard some that people have like specific to their home casino. There's a lot. I mean, Israeli Ron has the Queen Deuce. I think I would love to have a hand named after me.
So, I mean, Israeli Ron has the Queen Deuce, and then Espen came along and was trying to steal that one for himself. So I think we just need to see a battle royale.
Yeah,
to
he
figure out
did
who
win
gets it.
the main event with the Queen Deuce, which is kind of a big deal. Winning the main event. Some might say.
With the Queen Deuce.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if this is a component of having Jans in the big blind and trying to kind of wrap a little bit both of these remaining players.
Yeah.
Mike Slayer out there wondering what hand would be the Schubert.
It's a good question. I am not sure. I mean, I love my low-suited connectors, but it, you know, like I have to fold them if I'm playing a tournament and I'm shorter. I don't know. Maybe something just very odd, like a 9 deuce.
I mean, you got the Doyle, which is the 10 deuce, so
That's
one
true.
remove from that, 9 deuce.
Well,
Not bad
October
off.
2nd
Got it.
is my birthday, so really I could say the 10 deuce fits me as well, but it's a little bit spoken for.
We're going to see a definite hand here, King Jack of Spades, pocket sevens, where we've
King
definitely
eight.
thought we were going to see action. This one, oh yeah, especially after call. Jans is going to be going all in
We'll see
here.
a jam, fold, call, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean the good thing for Jans here is one king is dead, a couple spades are dead, so it's slightly above average shape.
Mm-hmm.
There's the fold. 3, 2, 1. Here's the call coming in now. There we go. All right.
And it is a race.
Race for a 35 million ship pot, and no longer a race as Broadway's flop for Sammy Caliporo. And
Just the nuts
Jans
on the flop.
Arendt is leaving us in 8th place. Good game, Jans. What a beautiful flop if you are Sammy Caliporo. Just taking it down with Broadway, with the nuts. That's going to take us to our final table of 7, Melissa. As we're going to pull up the chip counts right now.
Lights time.
Under the bright lights, first name off, chip leader by a long shot. Sammy Caliporo, 135 million. Followed up with second place, Peralto, 91 million. Rui Martin, 75 million. Pretty much tied between third and fourth with Enrico with 73 million. And then you start dropping back in the pack. Dim off there, 64 million. Fan favorite, Elio Fox, Melissa's man of the hour, 30 million. And Dimitrov there in 7th place with
It's really just
25
the only one
million.
I've ever played with. But I gotta root
He's
for
your
him.
guy.
It's my guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty
So,
big drop
pretty-
between 5th and 6th there. 2-1. Alright, now we see the bounties. And
Ooh, there's some monsters out there.
yeah, 7,000.
7,000 is the biggest one, and that's also coming in the smallest stack.
Yep. Yeah, not an ideal scenario to be in. The smallest stack with the biggest bounty. Gotta play quite tight because you know you'll be called off looser than normal.
Right, I would definitely prefer to be in Sammy Calapora's shoes. You got the second largest bounty alongside the overwhelming chip lead. 154 million chips. And second place has, well, looks like no more than 75 million there in Rudy Martin's stack. Lots of suited connectors go around on this one. 8-7 clubs under a gun, hearts, pocket 7s there, and then 7-8 is suited once again. So has some potential to get a little bit fun, depending on how vicious these players want to go. And you see, ladies and gentlemen, Nightbot putting out the payouts right there on the bottom right in chat. So 7th place right now is guaranteed 7,132. 6th place 86.25. 5th 10,971. 4th $16,056. 3rd, pretty significant jump there, $8,000 up to $24,000. And as well, our top 3 finishers today are taking home a NFT party ape of their own, which also grants them free roll access, as they're going to be playing a 48-person free roll for a 5K package into the UK Millions, where you're going to be doing commentary, Melissa.
Yes, indeed. So if you do happen to win that ape and win the free roll for the 5K package, I will see you there.
Earlier, I had Jack Sinclair with me, and he kept saying he's going to try and enter and win the ape himself. He's really about it. He really wants to get that package, get on out there. I think specifically just to hear some great commentary.
Yeah, I mean, and to see the Shisha celebrity himself, I'm sure.
Yeah, a turn of events here for Dimitrov. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a little lead here from the big blind on the 8 turn. Dimitrov no longer with the best hand and folds it. Thank you for the raid, Poker Staples. Jamie raiding with a party of on 146. Welcome, you guys. We just hit the final table of this 1K 7 max PKO.
Yeah, appreciate everyone joining in. Appreciate you, Mr. Jamie Staples. Cheers, everyone, all 146 of you, for joining us today. Got some massive names at this final table. Elio Fox, and also Sammy Caliporo, aka Lars Luzak back in the day. So they're playing for 35,498 for first and second place, alongside some mystery PKO bounties, if you will. And that's worth about 40 to 50,000 extra to the top finisher today. So number one spot, 75, 80,000 on the docket. Jamie's out there. He said this tourney could have been mine, but instead I station off with ace 8, so that's cool.
All been there.
You gotta station it off once in a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not stationing, sometimes you're folding too much. Got a little blind versus blind action here with two of the big stacks.
And there's that ace-8 that Jamie just spoke of. Obviously not him at this table as he stationed it off.
That was Jamie.
And there he goes.
Got not a lot going on. They're getting settled in. You know, there was 4 knockouts in a span of 3 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, it went extremely quickly there. It kind of stalled out at 12 for a long time, and then within 15-minute time frame, we were down to the final table. So I think it'll be a little while.
It was that break.
That's all it took.
Dealers must have upped the violence on that break.
They just said, we're not getting paid overtime for this. Count me out.
Nice walk for Elio. Sure he's not upset about that with the 9-4 offsuit.
Yeah, you love to see it there. Give me a walk anytime, anywhere.
Unless I have aces.
Pocket 3s here. Really the only overly playable hand, and they are dead 3s, as Rui Martins has 1-3 and Elio Fox has the other. But nonetheless, I do find a fold anyway.
Yep. Yeah, I think this one probably just folds around.
Does get a walk in the big blind. We have relatively deep stacks. I mean, 30.
Yeah, shortest stack is 30-ish.
Right.
All right, we got Mr. Fox with an openable hand on the button here.
I always enjoy being able to watch on high. You see all the whole cards, but it also just allows you to know when there's going to be some action. How, because it's not like you know how it's going to happen. And that's the beauty of poker, is watching these particular players navigate through these waters with hands that you know they're going to be taking a line with. You just don't know exactly what the line is going to be.
Right.
I mean, Elio here opening the Queen 8 suited, and then we have the pocket 7s for Rui and the small blind. Proceeds with a flat call.
Good flop for Elio's range.
Yeah, fully expect to see a stab. Very healthy stab there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well over 50% pot. Which is exactly what we needed to get the job done.
Folds out those 7s. Chipping up, separating himself from the last place stack a little bit. Alright, we got some handage here. Ace, queen offsuit, and 9s on the button. Can't discount the 7-4 suited, of course, in the cutoff.
And if Rui here calls on the button with the pocket 9s as opposed to 3-betting, imagine we'll see the Jack 5 of diamonds come along from the big blind.
Yeah. And that is that big bounty short stack.
Right. Knock out one player and you get $7,113. just for eliminating him.
Pretty nice. I mean, yeah, these PKOs do have that extra sort of edge in them, where the good players, players who have studied the format, know that they have to capitalize on that half of the prize pool, and they have to do it starting early. Ooh,
Right.
just a little top set action here.
Top set on monotone board with neither of his opponents having a spade, which is good for a perspective that you're essentially 100% to win this pot, but don't rate to get a whole lot of action.
Yeah.
The drop here. You can see continuing with a call. But instead, finds a fold. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he would rather have a spade. Can't blame him.
So this is a fun little one in Elio Fox's shoes. Simply from a perspective, the stack size is sitting behind and around him. There's ICM pressure going on. Now, does he have enough chips to open? Fully expect to see an open here. However, it's something that he's going to be considering how he wants to proceed across a variety of flops. Sixes are clearly too strong to fold here. Where's that cusp? Is it in the fours or is it in the fives range?
Yeah, I think it's probably fours. Not sure with the ICM, but he does have two of the big stacks ahead of him folding there, which is nice.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. I fully expect to see Sammy Caliporo here turn up the heat at some point. Hasn't had a whole lot of opportunity to do so yet, but he has a lot of experience playing for years and years and years, as well as just an overwhelming chip lead to kind of beat his opponents down. So,
right. Yeah, nearly 2-1 chip lead here. Does he check back, or does he? Nope. Like, does he?
Yeah, those type of holdings can be relegated to either side of the equation, where it's a check back or a raise.
Still the best hand Sammy has here, but it is vulnerable. And pair for Dimitrov. Dimitrov? I don't know, guys. Let me know if I'm butchering it too badly.
I mean, so long as you don't try to pronounce anyone's names like Berkey does, I think we're in good shape.
This would be his nightmare. He would have such anxiety knowing that he has to pronounce the names at this table. His mind might explode.
I mean, you look at it, I think most people understand we're not going to be perfect here. until you find the one guy in chat that expects this to be perfect. But
That's true. There's always one.
just I feel bad.
Usually
if,
they're pretty
one of
helpful,
these
though.
players' mothers is like watching us.
I
They're just like, that's not what I named my son. And you're like, I'm so sorry.
know. It means something completely different in that language.
And then here from Kelpora. So Sammy here with the dominated 5 against the big blind Peralto. But that being said, very favorable flop texture for him. Flopping a gut shot straight draw.
Interesting to see the check on the turn instead of a barrel. Guess he is sort of blocking the draw type hands that he wants his opponent to have, and 5 for both of them. 2 pair with the ace kicker they both have.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty favorable run out there for Kelpora. Onion shop.
Aces, ace king.
Ooh. I think we know where this one is headed.
Oh, and that big bounty too.
Yeah, you really. I mean, there's no situation that he can fold this off, is there? There's no external factors. There's no one else going to be involved in it. This is just getting it in for 30 big blinds with ace king fist pumping, and then see Peralta's
shortest
aces.
stack. Yeah, you're in there.
Oh yeah. No kings are dead. That's all I'm saying, Melissa.
That's a fair point. The ace of hearts is live. There's a lot of things that can happen. And we'll see the jam coming in here. Snap from the aces. I think. Hopefully a snap.
Can you imagine most of these players are probably playing across 5 or 6 tournaments at the same time.
Right.
So
Yeah.
no ill intent there, but aces strictly ahead. 2 hearts on flop, nothing on the turn or river though for Dimov. And Peralta is going to take home a huge bounty there. 7,000, increasing his own to 50 at 700.
When I'm the other players there, I am I'm not super happy when the biggest bounty gets taken by a stack that covers me now. But it's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, all the remaining players just picked up an additional $1,500 for moving from 7th to 6th place. However, it took off $7,000 that they could win with that one bounty. So, a little bit of give and take on that one.
Yeah, I think I'll take the 7K, given the choice between that and 1,500.
Smart choice.
Call me crazy.
Mike Slayer out there still in that free roll that we gave to y'all this afternoon. Afternoon Vegas time. 10 o'clock EST. 16 left. 1.3 million chips. So best of luck out there, Mike. Ace time here for Hristo Mitrov. So, I mean, that pot was particularly bad to watch for all the players, but specifically Sammy Kelleporo, simply because before he went from having a 2-1 chip lead over all of his opponents, now Peralta's directly on his left-hand side with about 80% of Sammy's stack. So just handicaps him a little bit more than he would have wanted.
King Jack Deuce two-tone.
Pretty favorable flop here for an ace-10 of spades as the original opener.
I believe blinds will be going up soon.
Be too much longer. For those of y'all just joining us, I'm Nathan Gamble, joined by Melissa Schubert here for Party Poker, presenting the Millions Online, and this is event number 8. 7 max PKO event. We are playing down to a winner today. That winner is going to take home over $35,000 alongside the bounties they collect, which is going to be in the neighborhood of about an additional $30,000 to $40,000. So we're looking at first place prize of roughly $75,000 for whichever one of these participants can take it down. There's a lot of value here in kind of waiting for the other players to open themselves and make a mistake. It's very much chess-like at this stage of the game, where you'd rather someone else allow it to happen.
Yeah. Peralta being on Sammy's left also gives him the advantage of sort of playing the chip lead in the hands that Sammy does fold, with all the short stacks being behind him.
It's also interesting that those two chip leaders, between Peralta and Sammy, they're the ones now with the largest bounties. So it doesn't really pertain to anyone else at the table. It's like, okay, cool, you have a large bounty. I can't get it for a long time. So.
Yeah, sort of highlights the importance of collecting those bounties throughout the rest of the tournament, and why, you know, your calling ranges have to open up a bit wider because of that section of the prize pool being strictly for bounties.
Yeah, that's fair. And something that's kind of interesting to me is, like, typically in a normal tournament, you're going to see all three of these stack sizes the same. They're bottom tiers. There's not a whole lot going on for them. But here, there's a large discrepancy between the two worlds, as Enrico has a clear definitive advantage over Hristo and Elliot Fox, since he covers them and can get both of their bounties where they can't do that to him. So, different dynamics at play.
Bottom set here for Peralta, blind versus blind. No action.
And not even a whiff of action on that flop for Sammy Calapora with the Queen 10.
Some hands here.
Ooh. So you imagine it's going to go raise, 3-bet, and then all in. Depending on Enrico's 3-bet size with the ace-5, just can't imagine a world. Oh, he just lets it go. That changes the entire dynamics of play. Well then.
Yep, imagine we just see this going to a flop. Ace Jack of the suited variety.
2 jacks are dead, no diamonds are out. Instead just lets it
Does
go.
fold it. I guess he has to be thinking that Dimitrov's 3-bet range is going to be quite tight with the 2 big stacks behind him. Facing the under the gun open. I mean, Ace Jack suited is pretty good hand.
Far different outcome than we were expecting when you looked at Ace Jack suited, Ace-5 suited, and then Ace King offsuit from a shorter stack.
I mean, we're just over here, we're rooting for violence.
That's absolutely fair.
Elio with a hand that gets to raise from the small blind. Good amount of the time does go for the call. See if this just checks back. Or something else. Yep.
Yeah, this is what you were alluding to earlier with the Deuce 5 offsuit for Sammy Calapora from his big blind. Is these massive gappers with really not a lot of value after the flop unless they hit.
Right.
They'll
Your
turn
bad
into some
hands.
pre-flop bluffs.
Makes it easy to fold. You're not put in any sort of headache spot if you get 3-bet after you raise. Just an easy, oops, I was bluffing. I was just pretending.
You weren't serious, were you?
Just pretending.
So 2.1 opening size, a chosen one for Peralta. Can see a call here from Enrico if he feels like with the 7-9 offsuit. It's not an overwhelmingly wonderful hand, but has enough connectivity.
Does flop the gutter here.
Open ender, I believe.
Oh, you're right. Open ender, gutter. I was just pretending. I was testing you.
Just yeah. The double gutter, open end on each side. There we go.
Goes for the check raise, the paired board. Paired boards love to see those check raises. Gets the best hand to fold. Although those equities might be pretty close.
Yeah. Let's see, what would that be? It's full complement of 14 outs there to open-end it. I mean, it's a almost pure coin flip at that point, about 52% for the ace-queen.
Yeah. Hey, getting a flip to fold. Sounds good to me.
See all of y'all out there in chat. Jim Ladd saying great coverage. Happy Fan Week. I wonder if I got this shirt from Johnny Chan's closet. No, we're out here doing the Lord's work. Appreciate y'all joining us.
Peralta is taking his opportunities to play chip lead when Sammy is folding behind him. He's working.
Yeah, he's out here working. Far more aggressive. He's working the street corner right now.
Oh yeah.
We're done.
Oh.
I'll run into it here.
Could probably fold fours when Sammy is in the big blind.
Yeah, I think any other position he's going to be raising it up, but knowing you're attacking the other larger stacks big blind, just fold it, move on for another day.
Right. Yeah. Kind of just only want to interact with the stacks you cover.
Right. Large raise
here. There's a large raise. Oh, maybe a little too large, some might say. Blinds are up. 700K. 1.4 million.
That drops all those shorter stacks down even more. So, well under the, let's see what we're looking at, about 30 to 35 big blind, 2 short stacks, and Elio Fox and Haristo Dimitrov.
Yep, just about 31, 32. Not mental math, I did use a calculator.
There you go.
Mental math is actually not my strong suit at all, which is kind of surprising for someone who plays poker, but, you know, I like a challenge.
People always just assume you use a lot of mental math at the table. I'm like, I have absolutely no idea. I don't do odds at the table. No.
Yeah, I'm ballparking everything. The only thing that I do is count. If I'm playing live, I will count the pot as the bets go in.
Right. Just really sucks when it goes over $10 because I have to pull off my shoes, but I'm right there with you.
Yes, I actually have counted on my fingers at the table before.
I'm hoping you fold it.
I think I was. I think I was trying to. I think I was counting like outs or something. I don't know what I was doing. Who knows? Counting how many hours till dinner break. I don't know.
I mean, I can say for a fact that most players get absolutely lost during the World Series, and they have no idea what day it is, what time it is. They've won more money.
That is true.
In prop betting what day of the week it is during the World Series than any other prop bet out there.
Yeah, I don't win prop bets, I realized. I am not sharp and I have a big ego. So I am sort of the spot for anyone looking to prop bet I think when Henry and I commentated, you know, we were betting on every aspect of the streams, and I think I lost every single one of them.
Ooh. So is that
The
you
best-
being on the flip side of it, or like Henry just?
Well,
sharp.
okay. The last bet was that I actually got him to take O'Dwyer versus the field with 15 left, and O'Dwyer had 8 big blinds, was the shortest stack. And so I was like, you know, at first he posed it to me trying to get me to take O'Dwyer versus the field. So I said, well, if it's such a good bet, you take it. And he said, fine. And I was like, yes, I finally got the sharp side. Like 8 big blinds, the shortest stack versus the entire field at even money. What does O'Dwyer do? At even money. O'Dwyer spun it and won the tournament. After we made that bet. So I didn't run so good.
Yeah, so on the sharpest bet of your life, you managed to get absolutely destroyed.
Yes. Yeah, I felt pretty good about that one.
Little did you know, and Henry didn't tell you until afterwards, that is actually all on replay. Without beforehand.
Yeah, he had to have.
So don't imagine this board is going to lead to too much carnage here. 14.7 million, about 10 big blinds out there. Nice little run out for Rui, delivering ace alongside diamond blocker, jack blocker. Unless Enrico turns this into a bluff, will be, yeah. How, I mean, who's taking one man against the field at even money? And then why are they doing it when he has 8 big blinds? There's so many questions here.
I mean, it was more that he tried to get me to take that bet, and he was being so convincing. So I just sort of said, well, if it's such a good bet, you take it. And he kind of said, okay, fine. I got him in the Uno reverse.
So he just sat there. You say you take it. He takes a hit of the shisha, clouds his mind a little bit, goes with it. The shisha prince won it all.
Yes.
Okay. I hope Henry sees him before too much longer and buys Steve O'Dwyer a nice beer or whatever he's hankering for that day.
I know. On me. Two pair for Enrico.
Yeah, and a mid pair here for Sammy. I mean, obviously Jack would be devastating. A 7 even worse, but other than that, there's not a lot of board interaction.
Yeah, Snowball was there. It was fun for Henry. With the check raise from Enrico. Call from Sammy. The check raise can contain some gut shots, some combo draws, some hearts, a lot of different hands.
Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of just naked kings that want to do this. More going to be your maybe set of 3s, set of 7s are both in range. But with that pot, it is going to take us on to break as they're 6-handed here on event number 8, the Party Poker Millions PKO event. So we will be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Poker.
Yeah.
Let's put it that
5-6
way.
poker. Cigarette. Unlit cigarette in the mouth, Sammy Farha. There you go. He's going. He's like, you know what? Screw the
ready.
antes. He's ready. Going. Oh,
Lucas going in here from the small
Lucas.
blind with the A7 of clubs up against
Oh,
the
my goodness.
leading Sebastian Lin's pocket nines. 36% equity though, not terrible shape.
that's not bad. That's not bad. It would just be unfortunate for Lucas to lose like 2/3 of his stack to Sebastian Lenz and then to get knocked out by the same player. It's brutal. On the last level of the stream.
1/3 of the time he's gonna still be here with double the chips. Let's see after this flop. Oh, there's always a sweat.
Sweat. This is
Top
gonna be a
set
sweat.
here.
Oh my god.
Against the straight draw and backdoor flush draw of Lucas. Turn
he gets there.
fills in that straight. 5 of diamonds, and now Sebastian rolls his eyes as he knows he needs to boat up in order to take him out. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Lucas with the 9 high straight to find a double up.
$28, my friend.
You think
looking
46?
likely.
So we have to drop
Yeah,
22,
drop 22
more
more.
players. Yeah.
Ferrari looks doesn't look happy. He has queens, but I'm sure he's happy in the inside.
Oh, I like that little flick in of the chips. And a new player right here, right now, Raul Sav. We've only seen him in for a handful of hands. He has Ace King of Hearts in the cutoff. I mean, this looks to me like he's going to be jamming it all in here against the shorter stack of Ferrari.
Looks like an all
We'll
in.
be seeing a very classic flip. Going with the smaller bet sizing, 1.4 and a quarter.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're going to have a stare
I'll
off,
give him a look.
a long consideration. Then he's going to find himself all
He's trying
in.
to He's trying to read what's on his shirt.
All right,
he
fine,
look-
I'm
he's-
all in.
He still looks disgusted. He's looking away. He's gripping the chips with his sweaty hands. I don't know why I raise.
I'm going to go on record here and say there's absolutely no reason for this. I mean, you're never folding queens, and you have 1.2 million left behind. Honestly, we talked about it a little bit before. If you jammed all in for 1.2 million more and your opponent folded, you would be ecstatic. Because, I mean, look at the pot right now. There's 2.4 million in there. If you could pick that up risk-free, you'd be overjoyed with it. Let's call this what it is. To me, it's just
There it is.
the guy raised. I'm all in. Don't sit there in Hollywood. Save everyone some time. Like, you're never folding, and he's never folding. If he does, you're happy. So just get in and let's go. Or maybe
Ferrari
he has a
looking to
bad
dodge
history
eight
with queens.
Well, he did look unhappy that he had queens.
He did. Ooh. That is
Ooh.
about the most adventurous flop that you could imagine. We have the hearts working, the wheel cards working. There's the wheel right
he
off
catches
the bat.
the wheel.
Whew.
Yeah, see, Ferrari. See, that's why he didn't want it. He didn't want it with the queens. And just like that.
No ace or six for a chop, and it's a 10 of hearts knocking out Ferrari, giving the nut flush to Raul Sav. Welcome on back in, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the Party Poker Millions online event. And it's event number 8, 7 max PKO, $1,050 buy-in. We're down to 6 players left, and I'm here alongside Melissa Schubert for all of that action. I see some of chat out there, Melissa, dropping some of y'all's sayings. Someone
let's get it poppin'. We are
poppin'.
at the FT. We're getting it poppin'. I mean, it is poppin'. We just saw a 7K bounty get absorbed.
Would you say a 7K bounty got popped?
Yeah, popped.
So while we were on break, the lines went up to 801.6 million. Sammy Lapora is still our chip leader with over 100 big blinds. Reassert himself as the #1 stack now. Peralta was challenging for that for quite a while, but kind of get back down below 100 million now.
Yeah, we got a little taste though. He definitely has that aggression in him. Not afraid to open up his range when it is fitting. You see the payouts there in the chat.
We'll also continue to see Peralta increasing the aggression as he has a pretty healthy second place stack.
Fantastic Mr. Fox in the big blind with the 8-5 of hearts. Gonna call, and pretty easy. I was gonna say easy for him to get away from, but he actually did flop bottom pair. Just under half pot.
All black board when you're holding the red 5-8. Let's continue.
Yeah.
That.
Continues with the third pot size on the turn. Ooh, okay. And we have 2 straights. One better than the other. Big pot, actually, this is turned into. And does get the call. Blind versus blind. These ranges are so wide, and Peralta clearly an aggressive player. So Fox does pay him off there with the low end of the straight.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting to call on the turn. I guess the price was just too good, but
yeah,
his scenario.
I wasn't expecting to see. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to have that end up with a sort of semi-cooler-y situation on the river there.
I think Peralta chose the right sizing as well, with going with the half pot as opposed to go with an overbet to put Elio all in. I think Elio may be able to find the fold on the river with just a queen high straight for a 4-liner out there.
Got our chip leader opening up the 8-5 of clubs from the cutoff here. Likely going to get a big blind defend with this 10-3 of hearts. The buy-in was $1,050 US dollars or euros, I guess, since they are comparable now.
Yeah, it's basically same. You know, a lot of people, whenever they go overseas, will bring the money home. They, don't actually convert it back for a while. So if anyone's been sitting on thousands of euros for the last 10 or 20 years, you're probably going to be sorely disappointed when you go back to Vertigo.
Yeah, I think I had around $800 in euros when I came back from Barcelona, and I exchanged it right after I got back. So I'm happy to see that I did that at the right time.
Yeah, it's nice to be on the right side of all those transactions.
Yeah, I was on a fair amount of the wrong side of them in crypto and stuff, so you know, you win some, you lose some.
You're definitely not alone on that.
Yeah.
They're alongside you. Ace 9 here. Might be called by the Queen Jack off of Enrico. Interesting board texture here, medium pair.
Yep. Got shot for Enrico.
Imagine we're going to see it continue in some capacity here with this nut cut shot. And not a bad turn card for Enrico to start representing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, having that jack is very nice.
Overliner once again. A healthy bet here from the big blind.
Yeah, I like it. You didn't really think long about that one. And it does get through.
Van Winkle saying he hasn't seen either of us consuming adult beverages. I believe you don't drink anymore. Is that right, Melissa?
I do not. So that time will not be starting for me. I have I just finished my Starbucks. I have my bottle of water. My water bottle, as they say in the UK. I've been practicing for when I go there. Bottle of water.
Oh no! Please take that over there, please. I want to see the reaction.
When I was doing my accent, people were not approving of it. My goal is to get it to be good enough where that they do approve of it in some form.
I am looking forward to hearing Henry's review of your trip together.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to commentate with him without mocking the accent, and I don't mean to mock it, but it does come off that way because I'm doing it so poorly. I think I just really want the accent, so I'm like, I just can't help it but repeat it and practice when I hear him say stuff.
Is it too late? Do you think you could move over there and be an accent in 3 to 5 years?
I mean, I think that it would be somewhat contrived and forced on my end, but I think I could do it. But yes, I can do a bit of an Australian accent just because I grew up hearing it, so it's in my brain somewhere. But now that I've been practicing my British one, it's sort of it's mixing, and it's a process.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what you can win.
Once in a while.
If you win the Party Ape, win the free roll, and go to UK. Full accents.
Yeah, I actually went to New Orleans when I was 21, and that was when I was still drinking, but I actually did an Australian accent all night, and I convinced this group of people that I was Australian, and they're like, "Oh my god, let me follow you on Instagram. It's so cool. I've never met an Australian person." So then I had to quickly put the Australian flag in my bio and stuff because I was like, they can't find out I've been lying all night.
Oh no. Did you manage to hold the ruse up for the rest of the night? No one suspected anything?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I know when we would all get drunk in college, I would pretend I'm Irish once in a while. And I fooled people, but I really don't think it's because I had halfway decent accent. I think I was just drunk and stupid.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe that was sort of an element in my case.
It helps
They're
a
like,
lot.
oh, it sounds American sometimes, but, you know, could just be a drunken slur.
Let's see, top pair here for Peralta, backdoor flush, and straight draws for chip leader, Sammy Kalapora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of interesting with them being next to each other, the dynamic of them having to play a lot of blind versus blind.
Iggy Swallows is saying he
Happy, I'll
wants
drop a
convincing
song.
people at party that he is one of the kids from the Lost Boys in the movie Hook.
Wow. That's an
That's some
interesting one.
shenanigans.
Yeah. It would be really funny if you went out and just everyone was really drunk and you convinced them that you were like an actor that you looked nothing like. Maybe I'll try that one.
I was about to say, who, like, going across over the pond sort of thing?
Yeah, or anywhere really.
Who would be your actress, your non-doppelganger doppelganger?
I don't know. I think that like the furthest that I could, like thinking maybe Keira Knightley. I could if they are squinting. We don't look alike, so it's like far away enough. But
she was
maybe
in
they were
V
drunk enough.
Vendetta, right? And she had head shave, so maybe if you shaved your head.
Right. Okay, that's like a lot of commitment, but maybe I'm in.
Oh yeah. It's some pretty
Top
strong
two
commitment
here.
to this bit.
Yeah. I mean, I will commit to a bit, but shaving my head is a bit much.
Sounds like a lack of commitment to me.
Patsy Cline Crazy as a request. That's a good song. I actually like singing jazz. So I will note that one. Oh, apparently that was Natalie Portman, not Keira Knightley.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look close enough.
Same, but different.
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
They call you out. They're like, "Aren't you actually Natalie Portman?" You're like, "Yeah, same, but different." They're like, "All right, I thought so."
I'm both.
I am one. There's actually an actor by the same name as me. If you just Google Nathan Gamble, he's a kid in Batman. And he is on Dolphin
really?
Tales. Like, it's literally like probably, I think he's 10, 12 years younger than me.
Yeah.
And
I
so
see
people
him.
are like, "Are you him?" I'm like, no, I am not.
Yep, 5'4", born in 1998.
5'4", short guy.
5'4". Kind of interesting. Your last name is Gamble, and you end up in the gambling industry.
I never had a choice, Melissa.
Yeah, it really was written in it's written in your name.
People have asked me, like,
Same
did
with
you
Chris
change your last
Moneymaker.
name? No, I didn't change
When
my
I first
last
found out about like Chris Moneymaker, I really thought that it was not like his real name.
name. Yeah. Oh, real
It's
fast
pretty
here,
insane.
Elliot Fox is about to be all in for 6 big blinds.
Ooh.
And Enrico is definitely calling from the big blind with ace-7. One jack is dead in Peralta's hand.
Live tens, though.
Live tens, live hearts, live spades, live everything. And let's see if Elio Fox will be alive after this hand. Flop comes off. Straight draw for Elio Fox, but not to be, as Enrico pairs up sevens on the river, knocking out Elio Fox in 6th place. Maybe 5 players remaining. Game Elio Fox.
GG.
That leaves Aristo as our definitive short stack here with about 17 big blinds.
Yep. Blinds continuing to increase up to 1 mil, 2 mil.
So you have Japanese Australian heritage. What is Schubert? Schubert is definitely not
So
Japanese.
it's Austrian.
Okay.
Like German Austrian. So there's a composer, Franz Schubert, and that is a very distant great uncle of mine. He was an Austrian composer. So that's sort of the rootage there, but my then I guess there was some migration to Ireland, Great Britain, I don't know, those areas. I am not bullshitting. This was actually a thing when I was growing up. We have a family book, and my teacher didn't believe me. And I didn't really realize like why it was a big deal because I didn't really know about it, music or composers or anything. So I brought the family book into my classroom. I said, "Suck on that, Mrs. Booze." Her name was Mrs. Booze.
Mrs. Booze?
23andMe records. I can show you. I can actually show you guys proof. I can prove it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we're going to need to put one of these Party Poker streams on delay. We'll just do a 30-minute intro with,
Yeah.
23andMe family albums.
Yeah. I have 23andMe. My grandfather, or so whoever was related directly to Franz was Augustus. That was his brother, who then had my great-great-great-grandpa. Then, it went down. But, I mean, it's all there. It's all in the genealogy, you guys.
What if you got 23andMe, it came out, it just said, you are not human?
It did tell me I had a higher percentage of Neanderthal blood than normal. Which was not that surprising to me, honestly.
How do you take that? Like, what are they doing out there with that information?
Yeah, a lot. They're selling it for sure. I did it when I was 18, so it was like a lot cheaper than it is now. But I just sent in some spit. Oh,
real fast, all in here for Haristo with the nut flush draw. 2 overcards against the bottom pair of Peralta.
Yeah,
and does get it through. Nice stuff there from Haristo.
I like that. Yeah.
Snowball, we got you covered. 23andMe is a fun little one here from Enrico. Just hold on to that thought. Don't worry about Snowball. No, it's a genealogy website where you take blood, spit, DNA of some nature, and genealogy
just
testing.
Spit, no blood.
Whatever you choose, whatever fluid it is that works for you. Well, get weird now, Rachel Muffin. Don't go there.
All right, looks like
So
we'll see a three-way affair here.
yeah, these are not exactly the hands you want to be up against being Enrico.
Yeah.
They're like those deceptive little hands that can just knock you stone out with aces. You never saw it coming. Ace and point.
And yeah, dangerous here with the 9-8 of spades for the aces. It's for the small bet.
Fours get out of the way.
Going in, yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if he's gonna go with the check raise here. A lot of draws, so many draws here. Oh,
Just a flat call leading to a 3 of spades on the turn. Sammy Filiporo now with the unbeatable 9-high flush.
yeah.
Enrico's still leading.
Yep.
Extremely difficult spot here for Enrico. Looks like it could be a pair plus flush draw, but instead finds a fold. Beautiful stuff there from both opponents.
Yeah. Massive, massive pot going Sammy's way. Once again, a 2-1 chip lead. It's been a little while since we were able to say that. Yes, so you send Spit in, and then they you can log in. It's very nice. You get a little profile. At least you get something for them selling your genetic data, you know? They tell you, like, health, like if you have any genes that are risk factors for certain health conditions. That was the thing I was most interested in, because I love that type of stuff.
Predisposition to your genetic anomalies.
Yeah. Can learn a lot. I don't know. I didn't really learn that much, I guess, but yeah, it's everything I figured. I'm just half Japanese, half European, and my health is good. I have great genes for health, so that's nice to see. Yeah, buyer beware. The government has access to the data, as it does with, you know, all the rest of our data.
That's just part of the process now you sign up for, sadly.
Yeah. Can't you do that in your local clinic without mailing Spit? I don't know. Probably not, though. They definitely don't give you a little profile.
There we go, jamming out the small blind, trying to maintain some separation between himself and Haristo and have access to that bounty. We have potential here, though, for a collision course.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've done that for one of our dogs, and it came back and said she was over 5% wolf.
Wow.
So that was the coolest thing we took away from it.
How much is it for a dog to do that?
I don't remember offhand.
Like $30.
I think someone gave it to us as like a Christmas present.
Yeah. Because for 23andMe now it's like, I don't know, 200, 250, but when I did it, it was 99, and there was like FDA regulations, so they didn't allow the health part, but they added that in later, so. Like, if you guys are going to know, at least tell me.
What's the regulation that they added, that they can sell it to the government?
It was they just didn't want people to like put too much weight in the results and like self-diagnose and stuff, but they ended up being allowed. Seven's going for some value here. Yeah, interesting. It's like very polarizing.
Yeah, I guess you kind of want to do that with maybe your queen jack type of hands alongside your pairs, or just nutted hands as well. You have a couple bluffs in there you wouldn't otherwise.
I did find out through 23andMe. I guess the one thing I learned was that I am not mainland Japanese. Ooh. I'm Okinawan. Oh, we see the ace deuce just jamming it, putting maximum pressure on these pocket tens.
It just came out of nowhere. Well, we're off to a flop. Ace deuce needs to hit. And he does so on the river. Three of diamonds fighting a wheel for Peralta and knocking out unexpectedly Rui Martins with pocket tens in 5th place.
Wow.
It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, just the 30 big blind 3-bet jam with the ace deuce. I mean, I understand the thinking there, putting pressure on his stack with there being shorter stacks still in play, but wow, runs out the wheel. Probably the most painful way for that to run out for the pocket tens.
Yeah, that just came out of left field, and the remaining 4 players are all guaranteed $16,053 alongside the bounties they've collected. And the top 3 players here are also going to be taking home one of those Party Poker apes in FTs, which will get them access to 48-man free roll. Ape bubble.
The Party
5K
Poker ape
UK
bubble
package free roll. They could be coming to see you, or they could be sitting at home now.
That's right. Do you dabble in any NFTs?
I have a couple. Some that absolutely crashed and burned when I was still learning the space, and then have
it's fun.
Some D-God, which was one that thankfully skyrocketed.
Yeah. Yeah, I was doing a lot of NFT stuff sort of around the height of stuff before everything kind of crashed. It was fun. Minting, and I remember the D-Gods mint.
Yeah.
I didn't get one. I didn't make it in. I tried.
You could have bought one on secondary for the next 3 or 4 months for dirt cheap.
Right, I know. They were super cheap, and then they just skyrocketed out of nowhere. Well, probably wasn't out of nowhere, but I wasn't paying too much attention.
Straight on the turn here for Haristo. Yeah, it's just kind of a right time, right place. Someone talked to me about it, and that's all it took.
Yeah. Amazing how just acting on a tip from somebody can really lead to a lot of profit. A lot of times you'll get those tips and I don't know. For me, I'll just forget or won't really act on it quickly enough. And sometimes you just get paid if you just act on it and trust it.
Right. Yeah, that's a big part of it. I mean, but at the same time, it's also how you lead to having 19 NFTs that you're never going to be able to use in your
Oh,
wallet.
I have a whole burner. I have a whole burner wallet. I must have like 150 at least. Just pictures. But you know, you cast a wide net. There's an asymmetric upside, and
All in here
Alright.
for Aristo with the pocket deuces after Enrico raised up on the button. This is the only remaining bounty that Enrico covers, so
yeah.
there is potential to call it off, but instead finds a fold.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just under the bottom of his call range. I'm seeing though, companies like are starting to do NFTs. Like, did you see Starbucks is doing some? I don't know. Are they coming back?
What are they doing exactly?
They're doing some sort of loyalty program on Polygon with NFTs.
Interesting.
All I know is if it gets me lifetime Starbucks, I am 100% in.
Do you ever go with any off-brand, like non-mainstream coffee shops out here? There's a ton of good places in Vegas.
Not really, because I love oat milk, and I love Oatly oat milk specifically. So, and I know Starbucks has that.
You're gonna actually have to trust me on this one. So, there's a spot out here in Vegas. They only do oat milk. And we've been going there for the past year or so. It's really, really, really delicious. But it just hit, I think it's Yelp or TripAdvisor or something, #1 coffee shop in America.
Really? What is it called?
Yaw. YAW.
YAW. Coffee.
Yeah, it's Yaw
And it's only
Farm
oat milk.
Coffee Roaster. Yeah, that's all he does. It's a one-man operation. It's delicious. It really is.
I am interested. I am definitely interested.
Don't go on the weekends unless you want to wait. We went there last weekend after that review came out, and we're expecting our normal, 5, maybe 10-minute wait at most. And it was, I think, over an hour on the weekend because everyone wanted to go check it out.
Time to expand.
Top kicker here. Feel like we're just going to be kind of trapping in Enrique's shoes.
Yeah, knowing that Peralta is going to be putting on pressure here, especially after seeing that ace deuce. Kind of know what they're working with here.
Let's go ahead and bet half pot on the turn, trying to get max value.
Wow, I just got a Starbucks notification. Creepy phone. Listening to me.
Oh, they know.
They're always listening. Sometimes I feel like they can read my thoughts. Like I won't even say anything out loud, but they pull up something I was thinking about. I don't know. A little sus.
Well, it's really, really weird if they're just starting to talk about their NFTs as well. They're just like, come in and enjoy a nice tall glass of NFT juice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we heard you like NFTs. Oh, you have a burner wallet? Well, why don't you add one more?
I heard just the other day, actually, that they are tentatively going to stop accepting cash across all Starbucks in the U.S.
Wow. I don't know how I feel about that.
Mm-hmm. And as a poker player,
I have my
not a fan.
I know. It's, we're going cashless. The government has my spits. They're in my thoughts. Like, they've probably recreated me, a clone of me, a parallel with the exact same thoughts as me, and they're just, monitoring it. I really, God bless the agent assigned to my clone, because some of those thoughts are quite deranged. Little King 9, Jack 10 action here. Some overlap on those cards.
Interesting one here is Sammy could raise for value. Doesn't choose to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of kind of like passive blind versus blind pre-flop. I wonder if that's an aspect of trying to keep the short stack in the pot with the bounty.
Yeah. I mean, Sammy's now sitting at 110 big blinds. Just wants to maintain separation. If he can find a nice spot to try to knock out one of these players and get that bounty, he'll do so, but doesn't really need to apply too much pressure.
Right. I still can't believe that wheel run out.
I'm still going with the ace-2 suited was just a wildly out there shove, but again, I mean, we understand why it happened. It just
right.
That's what it boils down to.
The dynamic makes sense, and he did happen to have a good hand there.
Yeah, to really apply the pressure. But, I mean, because there's also two significantly short stacks, so he's going to find a fold there the majority of the time and just happened to have a hand that was able to call it off.
Right.
Peralta definitely seems to be the most active player at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it. I mean, it's always more fun when you have someone who's just really ready to get in there, apply a lot of pressure and aggression.
I wonder how this aggression changes if we get heads up between Sammy and Peralta.
Right. I mean, we haven't seen any sort of like excessive chip leader aggression from Sammy, given the stack discrepancies. But there's also now like Peralta is much closer to his stack. Kind of the same thing happened before, where 2-1, Peralta chips up big, closes the gap, and then leaves the rest kind of far away.
Yeah, even if the three shortest stacks consolidated into one, Sammy's, do pretty well against that. It'd be 270 million against 220. So it would go heads up with a essentially even stack. All in here for Risto.
Yep. It's just a bunch of Melissa clones. I think we're okay. I heard Landon Tice could take out like 50 Melissa clones on his own. Yes. He also thinks he could take out a horse-sized duck, which I call. I immediately
I don't know
call.
if I could take out a normal-sized duck.
Right. They can be vicious.
They're mean.
Yeah.
How do you expect to take
out? And a horse is 1,000+ pounds. I mean, that's a massive duck.
I mean, I know Landon's from Florida. I really question if
That
he
is
has
true,
ever seen a
actually.
horse before in his life.
Yeah. Fair point.
Have you questioned him on this?
If he's seen a horse.
Yeah, he seems like the guy that hasn't seen a horse. Just really doesn't know
Yeah.
how big they are.
I mean, he is sort of the type that would see a horse but not really like pay attention to it. So it just, was it just in passing, didn't really register.
Yeah.
I was a horse
If-
girl.
Were you?
I was, yeah, big time horse girl. Checks out.
Like, take a lot of riding lessons, go out and muck the stalls, learn how to ride
Yeah,
English style.
I used to
like,
do
what was your?
I did competitive.
Oh no, shit.
Yeah, that was sort of my first. I just did from age 6 until like 18.
Oh wow! So yeah. What was your event?
I did the hunters, which is you jump, but it's all about making it look beautiful and flowy. But I always wanted to get into like the jumpers. My trainer was like, you have to master this discipline first so that, your form and everything's good. And then I was sort of just getting into like switching over, doing some of the bigger stuff, the bigger jumps, and then I went to college. So, but I would love to get back to it. It's a very expensive hobby. So it's sort of my end game goal is to have like a couple horses.
Like it.
Maybe a little barn.
Several family members in Texas that owned land, so we were always around horses and riding, mucking their stalls, all that fun jazz. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just covered in poop all day, eating a sandwich right after.
Loving it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they taught me how to ride, taught me how to do. It's so much more comfortable when you actually ride English style, just because you're not ramming yourself into a saddle the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I tried like the Western style, I was like, why is this thing here? Can we get rid of this?
Like a lot of people complain about how uncomfortable it is to ride, and it's like, well, if you actually ride correctly, it's pretty comfy.
Yeah. Yeah, during the summer it would be like me and a bunch of other barn girls. We would like exercise our trainer's horses for him, and then we would just sort of go through the fields and gallop around, jump over logs and stuff. It was lots of fun. Really getting back to the humanity's roots in the great outdoors.
Yeah, I feel bad for horses out here. There's a couple pastures out towards Red Rocks. Just like it's so hot out here. I couldn't even imagine.
I mean, those
that
barns
horse.
must be air conditioned, right?
They have to.
Yeah, it just
Ooh.
gets way too hot.
All right, put that on ice for a second, as it looks like we got ace 10 off here for Haristo in the small blind, and Sammy again pocket sevens in the big blind.
Yep.
See a variety of situations, and all of them. Oh, there we go. Just getting it all in right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Coin flip here. Haristo is going to need his ace 10 to hit and hold against the pocket sevens of Sammy Caliporo. And off to flop we go. Nothing there for Haristo on the flop turn or river. Instead is Sammy Caliporo taking another monster pot up to 250 million chips. And a good game to Haristo Dimitrov there in 4th place.
Yep. Down to 3. Enrico, the clear short stack here.
All three of these players are now guaranteed not only 24,000 plus their bounties, but they're also guaranteed one of those party apes. They're going to be playing in the free roll for a 5K package into the UK Millions event.
Oh. Action flop, actually. Flush draw for Peralta. Gut shot and big range advantage for Enrico. 8 bubble is now over. Thank you, Mike Slayer. The Party Poker ape bubble has bursted. These 3 players will be taking home Party Poker ape. And Enrico has turned the nut straight. Versus straight draw and flush draw for Peralta. I mean,
I don't see a world in which he doesn't shove all in here.
Yeah.
Based off of how he's been playing, and does do so. All in, here we go. Nut straight, as
Pretty
you said,
easy.
the Broadway of Enrico.
Easy call for Enrico here. See a river.
Club or ace is the only game changer. Otherwise, Enrico doubles up. And it is a jack of clubs! Just like that, we
Wow.
are down to heads up. And the queen high
Wow,
flush
yeah.
for Peralta.
Nothing you can do there.
And me oh my, me oh my, me oh my. Well, 3rd place. I mean, good game, Enrico. Say.
Almost
just 2
destined for
hands.
these 2 to get heads up.
Yeah. It just happened so quickly. And we're sitting
know.
on almost 100 big blinds each now, so we're going to have some very deep stack play.
Mm-hmm. Although with Peralta, you just never know when the stacks will get in.
Right.
Original Muffin says he was just in for the NFT anyway, not the money. So he did get that. Made it into the Party Poker ape bubble.
I mean, if you're going to
I
pick
kinda
up an
miss-
extra $10,000 alongside a party ape, it seems like a good time to do it.
That's true. Kind of miss when you could just mint a bunch of NFTs. I think that time will come back. And I'll be ready. I'll be ready and armed.
Well, you could just get out there and try to win one here on Party Poker.
That is true. I might need to leave the country to try and win a Party Poker ape. I really just I love the rare colors. I'm such a sucker, honestly. This is why, I shouldn't make prop bets and I shouldn't buy NFTs.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean
shiny.
that's the entire enticement, right? Is
Mhm.
there's rarity and there's one of a kind. Everyone just starts going. I guess for lack of a better word, they start going ape for it.
Yep. Top pair good here for Sammy. Going for some. Oops, sorry. There's currently a house showing. They're not supposed to come in my room, but if they do, you guys will hear me give them a stern talking to. Excuse me, don't you know that I'm commentating for a heads up? And Party Poker apes are involved? Just kidding, I wasn't actually talking to them. That'd be very
I
rude
like
of me.
how the dog agreed with you. He's like, yeah, she is. Get out here.
Yeah.
harm, no foul. Dogs are always active on streams. There's two things you can always rely on: is its technical difficulties, as well as dogs barking. We're all here for it.
And the first one, even my smoke alarm was going off.
Oh
on the
yeah.
battery.
Did you ever actually get that changed out, or you just rip it out of the ceiling?
Yes. Yes, I did get it changed out.
Yes, I did rip it out.
It was waking me up at like 6 a.m. Couldn't do it. I feel like they're gonna come in. Get ready, chat.
I can hear it in the background. It's like Bigfoot coming your way.
Uh-huh.
This is the house that we're showing today. Well, don't worry. There's nothing of excitement if you need to take a break for a minute. We are about to go on break in the next 2 or 3 minutes as these players are heads up, so you can spend it telling
Perfect
off
timing.
the house watchers.
Sorry, chat, you won't get to hear me scolding. It's always good content.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things. This heads-up match is going slowly, but at the same time, you never really know what that means. It could be, it could be over in one hand. They just decide, let's go war, 10 high flop,
Yeah.
backdoor flush draw. I'm all in. I mean, we saw it earlier with Peralta with the ace deuce of hearts out the blue.
Right. Yeah, things can get out of hand pretty quickly. As we all know from playing ourselves, I mean, sometimes the wheels just fall off the wagon and you're out there with 10 high.
I mean, we're sitting really, really deep stacked here, between 90 and 100 big blinds for both of these players. So this has the ability to go the distance today. Just depends on if there's a cooler and or if one of them just really wants to get after it.
Yep. And we'll be here. We'll be here calling the
Absolutely.
action.
There may be even more people on your side of the house that will be there soon.
I hope not, for their sake.
Well, we had some possibilities with board interaction between these two players as a queen jack and 10-8 overlap, but nothing too significant on this board texture. Very dry king high board for Peralta. And with that, Sammy Caliporo is going to take the last hand before break. He's holding a little bit of a lead over Peralta, and we are going to be back here in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of Party Poker Millions Online, event number 8, 7 Max PKO event. Stick with us, and we'll be right back to call all the action.
Jacques has done a boss move by an outfit change during break. He's no longer sporting the black shirt with the gray sweater. Now he's busted out the red long sleeve shirt. It is obviously
How do you feel about
tactical
this
move.
costume change?
It's a tactical move, my friend. It's to cause confusion amongst your opponents. So I like it. He's changing it up. We might see a different Jacques here in the last 2 levels.
Interesting one here. You don't see too many flats at this stage of the tournament. Seb raised up with ace queen off, and then Lucas here with the queen 9 of diamonds decided to go ahead and flat it from the hijack. And that's really not something you see a lot of as we get down into it.
Demetrius now.
You see that look on Dimitrios' face? He says, "No, not this time. I want to. I want to."
No.
Oh, that took a lot of restraint.
Now, you know what? He's been hanging out with Ferrari over the break, and Ferrari's like, I like to play every hand. Rubbing off on him, rubbing off the mayor.
I think that's one he could very easily decide to peel off with the Jack 9, or I apologize, Jack 10, for only just over a big blind more. Very playable hand, but decided not to.
He would have flopped the best hand right now with the 10.
If we want some action, I think we have to root here for a flat from Lucas and then a Jack coming on the turn. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely see where you're going with this, and I approve. I approve of that message.
We do get the flat. Now can we get the Jack? Oh, close,
I
right?
thought it was gonna happen.
3 clubs.
Close.
Very close.
The 3 doesn't change much. Brings in the backdoor flush draw.
I would be willing to say it changes absolutely nothing. Obviously, Lucas was calling here on the flop not just to try to hit his gut shot, but also to be able to float and take away from some different runouts. I think this is definitely a bet that's going to get called by Seb. Although the Queen of Hearts is not the best for being in his hand, because it blocks the Queen Jacks of the world. He beats Queen Jack, he beats some Queen 9s, he beats Ace Jack. He beats a handful of hands, and it's definitely been shown that Seb likes to make calls on the river. Especially, he could even check raise here with the Ace of Clubs in hand. Turn his hand into a bluff.
That's true.
Classic covering your mouth, not wanting to give anything away. Remember back in the day when tells were all the rage, like you could tell what someone had by looking at them deep into their soul and seeing if their left pinky twitched, and game has
Or if
definitely
they have
changed
like a
over
twitch
time.
on their lips. Yeah.
Ooh, Seb finds a
wow.
fold here, and Lucas gets it through.
Lucas.
Nice pickup there.
Quietly chipping up. Has not shown down a hand yet.
That's true. Welcome on back in, ladies and gentlemen, for the Party Poker at Millions Online. Event number 8 is a 7 max PKO, and we are down to heads up. The final 2 players are Sammy Calaporo alongside Eugenio Peralta, and they are heads up as we speak, playing for $35,000 for first and second place, alongside whatever bounties they can claim off one another, and it's going to be worth about $75,000 to $80,000, Melissa.
Yep. Pretty sizable. 500K guarantee. I mean, there is a lot of there's a lot of events going on in poker right now. This is definitely an exciting one. And someone was asking about the Party Ape NFTs on OpenSea. So I got a little curious. I went and looked myself. And some of these are really cool. See, this is like I'm on here and I'm like, oh, this looks rare. Like, oh, this one looks cool. So, like number 2 with the Ace of Spades. You can go to OpenSea and you can see all of the ones that have been generated, all 52.
Well, speaking of those Party Apes, there was 4 given away today. One of them was to one of our Twitch chat members. Bathing Lags won the game, won the Party Ape, and will be participating in the free roll. And then also, obviously, our top 3 players today. The third place finisher was Enrico Emosi. He took home, I believe it was 24,000 alongside a Party Ape and all the bounties collected. Same for the final 2 players here. Eugenio Peralta and Sammy Caliparo are also taking home a Party Ape, and all of them will be participating in the 48-man free roll, playing for 4 spots, 4 additional apes. That one you just mentioned, Melissa, the Ace of Spades will be one of those. And alongside a 5K
I gotta get in there.
package. Absolutely. Oh, well, my dog just rejoined me, so you have to get back in here too. Hello, Chip. You shouldn't be up here right now, but you are, aren't you?
See a big size from Queen 6 2 pair. Gonna take it down. And Sammy up to past that 300 million mark. Just playing. Seems very solid, like very patient, sort of. Just solid. Can't really find any other way to describe it.
Yeah, and Sammy
But we
has
know
been
Peralta.
the chip leader for quite some time now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And Peralta has been like second in chips for about the same amount of time. These two have really kind of, I don't know, they both ran away with it, these final 2 tables. And here they are, heads up. Peralta's a little more of a wild card, so kind of fun to see a matchup.
Yeah, and so far, Sammy is getting the best of Peralta here, having almost 2-1 chip lead so far. But still, both of these players have very comfortable stacks remaining. King of Diamonds on the river, and Peralta with absolutely no showdown value. So I imagine we're going to see a bet here. Probably. Oh, it does just check it on back.
Wow.
Unexpected.
Interesting. Check back with the 5 high. It is unexpected, especially given his sort of like player profile that we've seen.
Right. Lines are up here, 1.53 million. Blessing the stacks. We're still in the 50 big blind range for the shortest stack, so a lot of play left here between these 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned all the events happening across the world right now, but for PartyPoker, we're going to be bringing these Millions online event for another couple weeks up until the main event, which will be airing on September 27th. Double check that, make sure I'm getting your right date.
Yep, and you guys, if you've been in this chat for a bit and you don't know already, you can redeem your channel points for free money, tickets to play, and maybe Sadie into one of these events. We'll commentate on you playing the final table.
Absolutely. There is on chat Monday, 26th September. My apologies, that's off by a day. You can go and free roll your way into this just by watching myself and Melissa do the commentary, watching these events, and learning from players such as Sammy, who are relentlessly attacking, really getting the best of this heads-up match right now.
Yeah. Peralta not really getting many cards to fight back with. Card distribution plays a huge part in heads up in these tournaments. There's only a few hands that can be played, although they are a bit deeper, so we'll see. Still up for grabs for anybody.
1-1 here, as Sammy has pocket sevens going up against now the top pair of Peralta. And both of them do have a flush draw on this 3-diamond board texture.
Sammy opting to check back with the 7 of diamonds and middling pair.
Not going to go anywhere on this turn. And the river, while it doesn't actually complete anything for Sammy, it does provide a 4-liner, which he may be able to take advantage of and use as a bluff opportunity. So on break, I grabbed some food, and then my dog came up here, and I'm being surrounded, just circled right now, like Shark Week.
Yep. It's my dog. Whenever I have anything. Sometimes I feel like I have a toddler.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think he's behind the green screen now. Oh, there you are. Never know where he's going
You
to
see your
pop
green
up.
screen fall over, just dog behind it.
Yeah, if he could, he'd be a part of the show right now. Try and keep him at bay. Just as Sammy at Kilokoro is trying to keep Peralta at bay. Five off. We were back in the day when early 2000s, when all the hands got certain names to it. 9 to 5, which is the working man. Jack 6, the insurrection. You had
honestly, I wasn't around, but
really?
I believe you. I was not around until recently. Like, I didn't even know people played poker professionally until when solvers were already a thing.
What was your introduction into the poker world? He's here from Peralta at 6.
Oh, okay. A little check raise. Don't think Sammy's gonna be going anywhere.
This is interesting that Peralta is giving up in spots he was rebarreling earlier.
Right, I was gonna say we saw a similar spot to this by him, where he did barrel the turn pretty large.
He just gives it up.
The poker community, the poker world, I was introduced actually right here on Twitch was my first introduction into the back alleyways of the poker world. Didn't know it existed. I knew poker existed, didn't know people did it for a living. And I don't know. Here I am now.
So you're saying that through these Twitch streams that we're doing right now, we could actually be introducing the next Melissa Schubert into poker?
Yes, absolutely.
What would be your words of advice to next Melissa Schubert out there?
There will be a lot of guys who want to offer you coaching, but cannot beat micro stakes. Do not accept coaching from them. That would be my first tip.
Go beyond the micro stakes, wizards. Got it.
Yeah.
Chip agrees. Another pot here for Sammy, and he's putting a very
The
sizable
5 is
lead now,
good.
3-1.
Yeah. We were saying, kind of wondering how Peralta would be in a heads-up environment. We saw sort of a lot of aggression from him, and it seems like he's definitely passing on more spots in the heads-up realm.
Yeah, we definitely expected it's funny because Sammy was the one that was a little bit more passive, multi-handed, and not extending that aggression, and then Peralta was, and then it's flip-flopped as we've gotten into heads-up play, where Sammy seems to be keeping his foot on the gas.
Yep. Some of that being card distribution, but definitely, like you said, there were some spots that we're seeing that Peralta was barreling and isn't opting to do that in heads up. So I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah. I went from heads up very quickly to 3-1 chip lead for Sammy. I never quite remember how the bounties work at this in stages, because what I used to believe was twice, like double the number you had in front of you if you won, plus the other players, but it seems to be far, far in excess of that.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
It's triple plus? Yeah, like I'm playing PLO, triple plus a trail.
I have to learn PLO. It's where all the gamblers go.
Oh yeah. It's far more fun.
Yeah. More cards, more fun. More draws, more heartbreaks.
First pot of any note there for Peralta. Oh yeah, it's definitely far more enticing. Equities run closer, but there's still a lot of maneuverability. And if you know what you're doing, you have a huge advantage over the recreational players.
Yeah, that's like sort of I have dipped my toe into like live PLO cash. Just, we'll play an orbit on or something, and I can see the more I play it, the more I see that, oh wow, there's actually a ton of edge in this game, like different from No Limit. There's just a lot of different aspects going on, so many different pre-flop combos.
Right, and that's... Oh, look at this. Sammy floats on the flop ace-10-10 after Peralta had raised. And Sammy nails the deuce of clubs.
Yep. Interesting size here.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't think it really mattered what size he chose, as Peralta was left with 6 high, no draw. So Peralta is now whittled down to 30 big blinds. Still a very healthy stack. This could still go the distance for quite some time. That's always hard to say.
Alright. Some actual hands here.
Alright, really first kind of real confrontation that we've seen in any given point. Ace high versus king high.
Yep.
Sammy content to just call here. Jack, Jack. He's gonna take at least one more off. Especially how this has played out so far. Sides against it.
Yeah. Maybe wants some flush outs or something there. Ooh.
Or maybe just wait for kings.
Yeah. I mean, if you know you're gonna get
That
kings
works too.
next hand too. Peralta.
Imagine we're going to see a 3-bet.
raise.
Yeah, there it is. Oh. Alta calls here. Flops himself on
Trappy.
pair.
Did he? Okay.
Peralta raised and Sam
that
goes for
SPR.
a 3-bet pre-flop.
SPR is getting low here.
Order sizing on the in from Sammy, asking for a little bit more value from those pocket kings. Ooh, and he
Targeting
does
pretty
get it
much-
from Peralta.
Yeah. Very nice. Pretty much targeting the exact type of hand.
Yeah, and with that, Sammy Caliporo's open a 6-1 chip lead now.
Yeah, this has really sort of gone his way the whole way through.
There's been no
Just playing his
missteps.
cards.
I mean, that being said, Peralta really hasn't misstepped either. I mean, there hasn't been too much, maybe an extra dose
Yeah.
of aggression here or there, but
Not really during the headset. I mean, we saw that he checked back the 5 high, which was sort of out of character. Opted to not double barrel the one spot where he check raised with the straight draw. A couple more passive lines that honestly like probably aren't even egregious errors, but sort of didn't end up benefiting him.
right. Continuation here from Sammy after raising pre-flop. Peralta content to just flat with mid-pair, good kicker. This is a run out that Sammy can really strive to take away, and he does bet 2/3 pot on the river.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, putting the 8 in just a very bad spot to call. So, so far he's the bets he's made have targeted pretty much the exact type of hands that he wants to call or fold.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing it very, very gracefully, but that's Lars Luzak has been around for as long as I can remember. And it looks like,
Right.
if anything, he's only gotten better with time.
You love to see that. Poker's not really the type of game you can rest on your laurels with everybody constantly improving around you.
tries to pick up with the 9 high. Imagine Peralta's going to have something to say with this gut shot.
Yep, that he does. Going for the raise. Peralta getting short here. Less than 20 bigs.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, Sammy is sitting here with an 8, between 8 to 9, 8 to 9 to 1 chip lead.
Jamming over that limp. I mean, he's really kind of just, I'm sure the graph of this heads up would just be pretty diagonal. Sort of.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Increasingly whittled his stack down. No real fluctuations back and forth.
We appreciate all y'all sticking with us for this one. It's been a long stream today as we've taken it all the way down from 65 players to this heads up. I see some of the fans out there, such as Bam Lamb. How you doing, Bam Lamb? Happy Van Winkle, Delta Pico. Many of y'all join us day after day. We're very appreciative of y'all being out there in chat land and joining us on the Party Poker Millions online event.
Love the Party Poker chat regs. Always a pleasure to join you guys and call the action for you. Just a good bunch. Okay. See a little spice here. Peralta's not going to go down without a fight. This is the guy who 3-bet jammed ace deuce of hearts for 30 bigs. I mean, gotta give him
got there
some
the
credit.
wheel just a boot.
Easy game.
We saw the blinds go up not that long ago. What a flop here for Sammy Oro, up and bottom
He's
there.
sort of-
I mean, it's just
He's kind of just
It's a
being
show,
dealt the win here, right? So far, from what we've seen. Can never speak too soon,
I mean,
but
if you're going to run well and you can choose a time to do it, you might as well just get heads up and then run like absolute fire from that point forward.
yes. Or take the bet, cut off 2 limbs, get to 4th, then run very well from that point on.
That's the other option. Still prefer all limbs attached.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You could get to heads up on your own with all your limbs.
You sound so sad about that.
You know, I'd like to see someone take the bet to see if it works.
Man, how bad would it be if it doesn't work?
I know. We're like, hold on, you guys don't even know if this works? I already agreed to it. Well, I mean, we haven't tried it.
Someone has to be the test
Hoping it
dummy.
works. Someone. How are we gonna know it works?
Ooh, pocket queens here for Sammy. Shocker. In raise from Peralta. Let's see. About 13 big blinds behind that.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine we'll see a call off here, but we've seen Stranger.
Yeah. It's gotta be frustrating. I mean, he's really, like, being dealt out right now. Okay. Like, he'll get hands, but they're not really ones that collide with Sammy's.
Yeah, and Sammy's doing a lot of limping at this stack depth because he'll have a good amount of traps within his range, but at the same time doesn't want to raise, get jammed on, and give Peralta extra chips when he has to fold.
Right.
Two powerhouses here, 7 deuce, 5 deuce, liking it. Imagine we'll see a flop on this one though. Just say this is the best hand that Peralta has been dealt in the last 30 minutes, and it's 7 deuce suited.
Yes. And the most connected with middle pair.
Feels bad.
Middle pair deuce kicker. You know, sometimes you're just dealt out of a tournament. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can tell where this one's headed.
Mm-hmm. It's all been kind of leading up to this.
And this is what we were talking about with that small blind limp. There's a lot of hands that he's going to be limping with that he's ready to call a jam. Which, interesting though, Peralta doesn't jam, just goes with a 3x raise. Okay, there we go from Sammy's side of the house. Yeah. You can't really fold here from Peralta's shoes. You're not loving life exactly. Queen Jack, he does call it off. We're all in 55 million for Peralta. He will need to hit. Does hit, but the ace is also there on the flop. And on the river, pair of fours. Double pairing Sammy, aces and fours. Good game, Mr. Eugenio Peralta. There's your champion, ladies and gentlemen. Sammy Peloporo, champion of event number 8, the 7 Max PKO Championship. And there it is, Melissa, the online digital trophy.
There it is. And a Party Poker ape. I wonder which one he got now that I've seen them.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting to find that out. But as we wait to find out which Party Poker ape he won, we'll find out that he took home, with bounties, $78,653 for Mr. Sammy Caliporo. Second place, $52,587 for Eugenio Peralta, who put up a very, very worthy fight. And third place, Enrico Camosilla, $31,598. The other 4 remaining players, 19,740, 15,096, 10,588. One that sticks out to me is 7th place Dimov took home 19,858, which is more than 6th and 4th place.
Wow.
Those points,
yeah.
That's absolutely wild, and that is the beauty of these PKO events. Well, Melissa, it was a great time bringing it home with you. I'm glad we were able to do this. I'm glad we were able to give out some of those party apes. And it sounds like you're going to be going down the rabbit hole and looking at what's remaining over on
I will.
OpenSea.
I'm going to have to get into some of those tournaments and win myself one.
Absolutely. And the 4 players tonight that won it for the Party Apes, we did a giveaway here in chat. That was Bathing Lagged, managed to take it home, pick the 3rd card, lucky number 3, took home a Party Ape, and we'll be taking part of that free roll. And then obviously the top 3 finishers here today, which was our first place winner, Sammy Caliporo winning a Party Ape, Eugenio Peralta winning a Party Ape, and Enrico Camosia winning a Party Ape, and they will all be participating in that 48-man free roll, vying for a 1 in 12 shot. 4 players are taking a 5K package to the UK Millions event, where you'll be doing commentary, Melissa.
I will. I'll be there.
So for all of you that are out there still wanting to join in all that fun and excitement, come on and play at Party Poker's Millions Online. Get in there and chat. There's still many more opportunities to win your own Party Ape and thousands of dollars that potentially come alongside it. So for myself, for Melissa Schubert, and for Party Poker, take care everyone. We'll see y'all next time.